Mr. Wilkes, are we ready? All right. You ready? All right. Please introduce yourselves for the record. Plaintiffs first.
Your Honor, my name is Bruce McMullen, and along with Mary Tullis and Andrew Roach, we represent the plaintiff in this case, Torch Electronics.
Your Honor, David Rudolph, on behalf of the Tennessee Attorney General's Office. We've got Andrew Graham and Rob Wilson from our office as well. We represent the defendant, Stephen Mulroy.
All right, then. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Recall that during our pretrial conference, we decided not to have opening statements. So call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to call Stephen Miltenberger to the stand.
Would you, did you need that spelled? All right, we'll get it. Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat.
Your Honor, just a quick, should we invoke the rule here?
Yes, if you want the rule invoked, you have to
I'd like
invoke.
the rule invoked.
The rule is invoked. Anyone that's going to testify, that's not a party.
Your
You
Honor,
excuse to the hallway.
Your Honor, no, have a word with Mr. Rudolph. We may have an issue, we may not.
Pass me one of those small cups there. There you go, Gary. Perfect.
We're fine with both experts.
Your Honor, both parties have experts, and we agree that the experts can stay in, and they're not subject to the rule.
All right, then.
Would you please introduce yourself to the court?
Sure. Excuse me. My name is Stephen Miltenberger with Torch Electronics.
Okay, Stephen,
Speak up. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that helps.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Ms. Miltenberger, could you give us the benefit of knowing some of your background and explain to the court how you got into this line of business?
Sure. Yep. I'd be happy to. Business started in 1995 with myself and my.
Stop. A little bit more volume, please. All right,
Okay.
go ahead.
Am I okay? Okay.
Yes.
I'm
Let's
sorry.
do this. Spell your name for us.
Last name is Miltenberger. It's Miltenberger.
All right, and you are from what city?
I live in Wildwood, Missouri.
All right. We need just a little bit more. Continue, please. The court reporter is sitting in a place where it's kind of difficult for her to hear, and she's not situated where she can read lips or anything like that. So I need you to make sure that we have enough volume.
I'm not in charge of the household. I'm only here for the live stream.
Who controls our volume?
It's whoever's in charge of this court.
I need volume control. Somebody get over here to handle the volume. All right. All right. But you have to speak up. You have to speak up until we get that situated.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
There you go. That's good right there. That should help.
This might help a little bit. Matter of fact,
You're good. You're good.
Am I okay now? I have the microphone closer. Okay, thank you.
okay, the last question on the table was, could you explain to the court a little bit about your background and how you got into the line of business that you're in, owning and operating amusement games?
Sure, yep. Myself, it started in 95. We were first in the petroleum industry where my dad and myself had a family business where we owned convenience stores, truck stops throughout Missouri and into Oklahoma. In the 2008 recession, we were hit pretty hard with that. Had to go through eventually a bankruptcy of that company, and that moved us into me looking for other opportunities that were in the market. Was able to start a company in Illinois that was a regulated company through the Illinois Gaming Act of 2009, where we were able to operate machines in truck stops and gas stations, convenience stores throughout the state of Illinois. Through a personal bankruptcy that we had to go through, that took us out of that business, and eventually we started, we basically put together and designed a game that would comply with the law, in our opinion, of Missouri. And so we started in Missouri, and with our background of convenience stores and truck stops, that provided us an opportunity to place games in Missouri. As that went on, we basically started looking for other opportunities in other states that might be bordering Missouri that would have similar laws to Missouri, and we identified Tennessee as being a potential opportunity. With that, from there, we basically looked at, and again, in the petroleum industry, we identified potential business owners who might be interested in that. And in 2021 is when we reached out to our current attorneys to basically, review the games, review the and we first got into business in Tennessee with a No Chance game machine in October of 2021 is when we started here.
Is this one of the No Chance game machines?
This is a No Chance game machine, that is correct.
Okay, and did you have any interaction with the authorities in the state of Tennessee when you started to begin operating in the state?
So we began operation, like I said, in October of 2021. By spring of 2022, so really within the first 5-6 months, we began to have interaction with law enforcement. That's correct.
Did you have any interaction with the district attorney's office?
Through our attorneys, we reached out to, our attorneys reached out to the district attorney's office. As we looked at it, from, our point of view, there could be a misunderstanding of what the games are and how they operate, and so we reached out to our counsel to reach out to the district attorney's office, yes.
And as far as you know, and we'll get into this later, but have you ever met DA Mulroy before this lawsuit was filed?
I have, yes. Yeah, I've met him, I believe 2 times we've met, I believe.
What was the subject of those meetings?
The subject of the meeting was to discuss the games, discuss the operation of the games, to help just get him educated on, how the games operated.
Okay, and tell me more about those meetings. You met with him 2 times, I understand, personally.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
At his office, we met. The first time, I believe that it was, there's also a demo version of the game that I have on a laptop, and so we were able to demonstrate for Mr. Mulroy how the game currently operated.
And did your legal team provide any analysis of the game or any opinion of how the game operated with respect to the Tennessee state statute?
Yes, they did.
Okay,
This is all in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
Or were there separate times?
There were separate times, Your Honor.
okay, when was the second time?
The second time was, I believe, in 2023.
Okay, at any point did DA Mulroy, what was his impression of whether you could operate the games in the state of Tennessee under the statute or not?
So from my understanding with the meetings, he was very open and appreciative that we reached out and were able to get the meetings scheduled. He's, obviously a very busy person, so we appreciated the time. And the meeting, from how I understood the first meeting, that when we left, the configuration of the game that we discussed, that it was a positive meeting is how I took it, how I understood it.
Did the DA office, through Mr. Mulroy or one of his employees, Dennis Johnson, did they ever express to you that it was all right to operate the game?
I believe at some point there was a letter, I don't remember the exact date, that there was a letter that was issued from the office. I can't remember who exactly authored the letter, but there was a letter that that talked about the how the games complied with the law.
Your Honor, I would like to mark as our first exhibit to his testimony, email dated November 9th, 2022, from Dennis Johnson of the District Attorney's Office.
Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to mark this as the first exhibit.
And I'm not going to read this entire email letter, but I would like to call your attention to the second paragraph of the letter. Can you
Is that for me?
be able to see that, Mr. Mulroy?
Yep, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, the second paragraph.
Okay, the first sentence, could you read that aloud, please?
Yes, it's the paragraph starting with "it is the position." Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
It is the position of this office that any new machines that implement this change, as long as the previously discussed design characteristics would not be in violation of the Tennessee Code Annex, is that Annex? What is it? Okay.
Tennessee Code annotated.
Annotated 39-17-501.
Okay, so your communications with the DA's office at that time was that the games, the way it was described to him, would not be in violation of Tennessee's state statute. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, can you tell us how that game was configured and what exactly your understanding Mr. Mulroy was talking about when he was talking about the characteristics of that game, or for lack of a better word, configuration of that game?
Sure. So the game was configured as what I'll call as a balance preview game. And so what a balance preview game is, it allows the player to see the balance of the outcomes in the game. So, for example, if a player has $10, for example, they would put $10 into the game, and through a prize viewer feature that is on the game, they would be able to see $10 in play amounts. So the full balance or credits that are on the game, they would be able to see those. And with that, if they did choose to look at those, make a decision on whether they would want to continue to play or not. If they decided not to play, they would just hit the cash out button of the game. The game would then print a ticket. They would then go up to the sales counter in the location, and that ticket would be exchanged for $10 in cash.
Okay, if the court would know that we're going to do a demonstration of how that actually operates, but I want to ask him some more questions before we get.
All right.
So, a balance preview, does that mean if you put $10 in and you have $1 per row, you're able to see what you would win or not win on every row?
For the $10. So for example, if you were,
Balance of the amount you put in.
that's correct, whatever you put in. So if you put in $10 and you were at a dollar play amount, you would be able to see all 10 outcomes of all 10 plays. If you put in $10 and you were at a quarter play amount, you would see, the next 40 plays, because it is a balance preview. At any time while you are playing that game, as credits would potentially accumulate, it allows you to see, again, all of the credits. So if there's any prizes or outcomes that are positive along the way that even might put you over the $10, for example, if one of the outcomes was, $5 and now there's $14 as credit in the machine, you would then be able to see all $14 worth of outcomes. So it's not just limited to the initial insertion of cash. It is the total balance that's on the game at that time, right? And with that, because it's a balance preview, it has to have a balance on it to view the prizes in the first place. So it's not, you can't just go up to the game and see prizes because there isn't a balance. However, with the consideration that you're putting into the game, you have the opportunity to print the ticket and get the consideration back out, eliminating. Yes, I'm sorry.
And I know you live with the game and you've been living with it for a while, so a lot of it is intuitive to you. But let's break it down bit by bit. All right, first, you put in $10 and you say you want to play $1 per round. Is that
Correct, sure.
before you play any round, you can press what button you can press to see the outcomes of the round? What's that called?
It's called the prize viewer. So there's a prize viewer button that is on the screen that you can push. It's on every game screen.
Okay, and when you push that button, let's say you push it 10 times because of 10 plays, you can see every outcome of each of those plays.
That's correct.
And if you add up the outcomes and you end up with less, let's say, with less money than you put in, let's say you end up with $5 at the end of the 10 plays instead of the $10 you put in,
So you are saying that you have played the 10, so you haven't played anything, so you have looked through,
10 times,
that's,
and you know the 10 outcomes, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, suppose the outcomes are not what you want. Can you get your $10 back?
You can. You just hit the collect button, and that'll print the ticket that you then redeem at the counter and get your $10 back.
So, in that scenario, you're able to view all 10 plays. You're able to make a decision whether you want to actually play, and if you don't, you can get your entire amount back.
That's correct.
Okay? If you view all 10 plays and you see that you're going to end up with $14 rather than $10, can you play the game?
Yes.
And when you play the game, do those play, let's talk about how that operates. So when you play the game, you get the $14, and you press the button to cash out, and you can go get the $14 from the store cash register, from the store owner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about how the game operates. Does that change it off? Is it a static script in which the game operates on?
Yes. Yeah,
And
that's
can
right.
you explain to the court what a static script is?
Sure. So the static script is a sequence of outcomes that are in a specific order that has a specific amount of total outcomes. And for example, on what Mr. McMullen is talking about with if we're at a dollar play amount, for example, there would be a finite pool. So there is a pool of outcomes that are in a specific order. That order, once you have reached the end of those outcomes, it then starts back at the first outcome. So the outcomes, as you are going through and playing through those outcomes, once you have exhausted all of the outcomes, it just starts back over at outcome number 1 and then repeats itself through that same static script of outcomes.
So your game does not have what they call a random number generator.
That is correct. It does not, right.
So if you looked at those 10 plays and decided not to play, got your money and left, when the next player comes, would he see those same 10 plays?
Yes, he would see the same 10 plays. The game will not advance to the next outcome until a play is played. So it will stay at that point until it's played, even regardless of powering down the machine, moving the machine, it's staying dormant. Forever, it still stays at that one outcome. And none of that shuffles. It's still that same order. So when you plug the game back in, it's going to just start where it left off.
Okay, so you're telling the court that any player that plays your game can know whether that player is going to have a positive outcome and exactly what that positive outcome would be or a negative outcome before risking any money.
Any player, yes, has the opportunity to see that. That's correct.
Okay, and if he decides that he doesn't want to play that script, that player can then retrieve in total the amount of money that he put in the machine.
That's correct.
All right, so, Ms. Miltenberg, so the elephant in the room is, how do you make money?
Sure. So the games, the static script is set up in a way that the outcomes, there is a 91%, I believe it's 91% percentage that of those outcomes that goes back to the player. So if somebody plays all the way through all of those outcomes, in that example that I'm giving, we as a company would earn 9% of that. And so the game is designed to make a profit.
Okay, so along that static script, and let's say the average static script in one of your games has how many outcomes?
As an example, we could use 40,000 outcomes.
It has 40,000 outcomes, but they don't
Just an
change,
example, right?
only continue. So if I play, if one day 100 is played, right? Then the next day you gotta have 39,900 left to play before it gets to the end of that static script.
That's correct. And once it ends, then it starts back over at outcome number 1.
Okay, and your business model is when it gets through the 40,000, okay, 91% of the prizes go to the players and 9% to you. Is that correct?
In that example, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And so every time it goes 40,000 outcomes, you're going to get 9%, regardless of whether someone saw the outcomes as they went or what. You're going to get 9%.
That's correct. The game will earn that 9%, of those outcomes, of which that we share with the location. Typically, we share and split that profit 50-50.
So in your model, it doesn't matter if the player knows what the outcomes are going to be and choose not to play, that static script stays there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so if someone else come and play $5, part of that, then that static script move five more places. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And somewhere along the line, there are positive outcomes for the players and there are negative outcomes for the players. But when the script is over, it inures to your benefit 9%, and to the players who played along the static script, 91%.
That's correct.
Now, let's talk about when you're looking through the prize viewer. You have money in. We'll go back to our $10 example. You have
Okay.
$10 in. You're playing $1 per roll, and you're looking through the prize viewer. Now,
Sorry.
let's talk about the timer, okay? If you tap the prize viewer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, can you see them in rapid succession like that? Can you see what's going to happen in rapid succession like that?
You could not see it in rapid succession like that.
Okay, and so explain to the court the timer that controls when you can see the next outcome.
Sure. So with the timer that was implemented in the game, we were having issues in the locations with people basically coming into the location, tying up all of the games. Initially, it was set up in a rapid succession where they could do that. We looked at it. We were having, again, problems where people were going into locations, hogging, basically tying up the whole bank of games and not letting the regular players come through and play it. And so then we implemented a timer, and working with council on how that would work, so that there was a delay between the prizes that the player could see, in an effort to attempt to try to keep certain people not from taking over the entire bank of games. When we worked with the manufacturer, the default on that setting is 3,000 seconds. And we,
Let me make sure.
Yep.
You're saying a lot.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so who makes the game that you operate?
Sure. Benella Games out of North Carolina. Benella Games is who manufactures and creates the game.
All right, and let's go. So the factory default for the timer in between ability to see the next prize, the default is 3,000 seconds.
That's correct. The default is 3,000.
Okay, and based on your market or your customers, do you have the ability to decrease that time?
We do. We have the ability to change the time, but we can't go any higher than 3,000 seconds. And so when we worked with the manufacturer, as far as the concept and the idea of it, we placed that as a default setting, and but it can be set anywhere below that setting.
Do you recall when DA Mulroy changed his opinion about the game or changed his understanding of the configuration of the game and said that he thought that the game was illegal? Do you remember?
I do.
Do you remember Mr. Mulroy, DA Mulroy, saying anything differently than he said in that email of November 9th related to your game?
I remember, I believe it was that letter where he cited maybe some misunderstandings of the game that he had from the meeting, in addition to the issue with the timer.
And was it your intent for the timer to be 3,000 seconds?
It is not our intent. That was a default setting that the manufacturer set.
Okay. Had you made a determination as to what the timer would be on the games, or were you discussing that with any authorities?
So with the implementation of the timer, as well as the misunderstanding that I believe was in that letter, there was a misunderstanding where where DA Mulroy believed that the game, that you didn't have to have money into the game to see the outcome of the game. However, when we explained and set it up as a balance preview, again, as we say, it has to have a balance on it to, see those outcomes. We have reached out since that letter in attempting to, it's my understanding that our attorneys have reached out to DA Mulroy to address the issues and concerns, but he changed his mind on it and then issued another letter about the games, is what I understand.
Ms. Milberg, you talk about the letter when DA Mulroy responded to your attorney's kind of, maybe there was a misunderstanding, but he was changing
I believe so, yes.
And if you look on the second page of that letter, and the middle paragraph, and I believe in that paragraph, Mr. D.A. Mulroy addressed the timer, and he addressed the 3,000-second delay. And he indicated that the delay is also in direct contravention of assurances you and your client made in the November 2nd meeting. So that's the letter you were talking about where there seemed to be been some misunderstanding?
Yes, yes, excuse me.
Do you recall whether your counsel responded to that letter?
I believe we did respond to that, yes.
All right. I've admitted it already.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry.
And in this letter, the court can read it, you don't have to go through all of it, but I do want to focus your attention on page 2 of the letter, next to the last paragraph.
Okay.
And can you read that paragraph that starts nonetheless?
Sure. Nonetheless, we would like to discuss further with your office whether there is an acceptable equilibrium for time delay that your office would view as acceptable, or would your analysis require elimination of the time delay altogether? We are certainly willing to discuss further with you potential changes to the game configuration so that they clearly fall on the right side of the line.
All right. And
Well, maybe I missed it. Did you ask for admission of this document? Did you seek admission of this document?
yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Was there any objection?
No.
All right, we'll admit it as exhibit number 3.
Okay, so from your position, what were you asking Mulroy?
We, excuse me, we were reaching out to work and cooperate with him and his office to, again, work with him on having games that comply with the law.
Okay, and are there other games like this in Shelby County? And when I say like yours, are there other games that operate exactly like yours in Shelby County?
From my understanding, there are not other games that operate exactly like this.
Are there other games that look like your game that does not operate like yours?
There are other games that look like our games. I believe that they're still there that have a random number generator. They still have a prize viewer, but it's a single prize viewer, but the outcomes are generated randomly.
And a random number generator is associated with what type of game?
That is typically associated with a slot machine.
And your game does not have a random number generator, does it?
It does not. It is a predetermined set of events that are in a finite pool that does not shuffle. Yes.
show the court
Sure.
how exactly this game operates?
Sure.
No, that's not a mic, that's a.
Okay, is that better? Is that okay? Okay.
In your honors, Ms. Cullis is going to run the Elmo and calculate the amounts. Can I stand over here so I can see?
Certainly.
Okay. We okay to go?
Yes, let's wait on
Yes.
Ms. McMullen. All right, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. So this is a no chance game machine. Physically, what's here is a touchscreen monitor. It's got a bill acceptor, ticket printer. It has play buttons that are on it, as well as a physical collect button. The collect button is what gets pushed, and then that is what prints the ticket. So the game itself, this is a NCG Deluxe 5. So with this is what we refer to as a suite of games. So on this cabinet, there are 5 different titles that are on this suite. The player can choose any one of these titles and go in and out of any of these games with their credits and balance staying on the game as they move in and out of the game. In addition to that, there is the prize viewer button that we discussed. There is a rules button, but let me go back to that main screen. So when the player comes up to this screen, this is again that suite of games. There is a rules button on here that talks about what type of game this is and how the game works. And so the first sentence, for example, is NCG games are the first of an entirely new game concept. The element of chance has been removed, and so on and so forth. So it discusses the game and this being a no chance game machine. That is available on the home screen. So again, going back into it, the player can pick one of those 5. On the main screen, there is the prize viewer button, which we discussed and we're going to be demonstrating. The rules, and this is a rules for each game. So each game has a different set of rules where it talks about, pressing the plus or minus to change your play amount. It talks about pushing the play button. Again, on these cabinets, you can either touch the screen or there is a physical button. And it basically walks through the entire play of the game. So you can exit out of that. There is like I said, the play button. There is a play amount, which in the play amount you can pick from quarters, 50 cents, $1, $2. As you are picking those, each one of this is the example of Mountain of Fire, where we are at a play amount of $1, for example. So,
Now, that's my $10, and I don't need to play this, so I just want to see
right,
whether I'm gonna win or lose.
for sure. So with that, you can push the prize viewer button, and the first prize, the first outcome is $2. It has a next as well as a previous button, so at any time you are in this, you can move forward or you can move backwards. Obviously, on the first outcome, we can't move backwards because that is the first. So that's the first outcome. We then hit next, sorry.
I want to call the court's attention to the screen. So the first outcome was $2. That would make the balance of it $11. So gain $1, and that would be the balance that's in the game. Is that correct?
That's correct. If we chose to play, it would cost $1 to play it, and then the prize would be $2. So it'd go from $10 to $9, and then you would add your $2 outcome that would get you to $11. Okay? So then the next was $1. So then the next outcome is $1. And in this sequence of events, we have set the timer at 5 seconds. The next is 0.
Let me walk through this. Okay. So the second roll, your outcome was $1. That means you played $1 and you only got $1, so you stayed at $11.
That's correct.
And then your next outcome was $1. Same process. You basically, for lack of a better term, broke even, so you stayed at $11.
That's correct.
In your balance. Then your next outcome is 0. That means that dollar that you played, your outcome is 0, and so now your balance is at 10.
10. That's right. Yep. So then the next was, or is 0. The next after that is 0. After that is 0.
All right, listen.
Okay.
What if the lights go out? What if you unplug the machine right now?
Well, if we unplug it, it's going to stay, back, it's going to stay where it is on that script of outcomes. Going through the prize viewer doesn't move that, so it would just stay, where it's at.
How long does it take to get up? About 2 minutes?
Yeah, a couple minutes if it powers down. Now, do we want to see the rest of the outcomes first? Okay, so then the next is 0. The next after that is $1. And the next after that is $2. So again, after you have played your $10, you are left with a balance of $7.
And now, you have all this information, and have I played yet?
No, you have not played yet.
And as I told you, that's my $10, and I don't want to play it. So then, that I know that I would end up with only 7 of them. And can I get my $10 back?
You can, yes. So we can print the ticket and, get the $10 back.
Without ever playing?
That's right.
All right, and this static script, even if it was unplugged at this time, it would have the same outcome.
That-
It doesn't change.
That's right, and we can play through it if you would like to see it play, and then unplug it in the middle, if we want to,
Let's go back. You wanna
it's
go
up to
ahead
you.
and- Let's go ahead and actually play the game.
Okay. Okay, so again, we are at, there's $10 that is in it. We are at a dollar play amount. We can push the button on the screen, or we can play, hit the play button. Are we ready for that
Yes.
then? Okay. Okay, so with that, again, the $2 was the outcome that was stated, and that is what happened. And then the credit or the balance goes up to $11. And as we play it again, we played that, and now we won $1, which it states there, and then the outcome is 11. Again, the outcome is $1, and so we are still at an $11 credit. And again, at this time, I'll point out, at this time, while we're at this next outcome, again, that's the balance that we can see. So whatever is in the credits, that's what we can see. Even though we have played, 3 times, because there were positive outcomes that added to the credits or the balance, we can see the balance of those plays. That's right.
So you can see if you've been $1, you already know what the 10 plays, but now it's another $1. You can see, you can go back and tap and see through to that last one.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Yeah, so with that, we can go to the prize viewer and see 11 plays from there. Okay, so then, we play again, and it is 0. We play again, and again, the outcome is 0, and it is 0. Here, it talks about the last win, so that's just what happened, on that third outcome. And here the outcome again is 0. The outcome is 0.
Okay, let's stop here at 7.
Okay.
And I want you to unplug it.
Okay. Is that it? I just don't want to. That's it.
Let's make sure you get the right one.
You have the right one?
Okay.
And now plug it back up. Now, while this is fueling back up,
Sure.
now, did you get this machine registered in the state of Tennessee?
Yes, so there's a license that we purchased from the Tennessee Department of Revenue for all of the games that we provide.
And
And that license The sticker is, there is a sticker below it on the lower part of the cabinet.
Have you noticed any, what I call counterfeit games, games that had people stolen the logo and put it on their games?
We have seen that. We have seen where they have taken our decals and our stickers. We've even caught some that have stolen our licenses as well and placed those on different games.
Did those games operate like your game with the static script?
They do not.
Well, okay, it's power. All right, listen.
Okay, so where we left off, the balance is still $7 that's on the game. And as we again go into Mountain of Fire, so we are at the dollar play amount, and it's basically, it is exactly where we left off as far as the outcomes. So as we play again for $1, if that outcome is 0. We play it again, the outcome is $1. And we play again, and the outcome is $2.
So that's what a static script is. Nothing changed. There's no randomizer. If you cut it off, it stops where it was, and you cut it off, it continues on. Is that your understanding of the static script?
Yes, that's correct. It can't advance until it is played.
Okay, tell me about your customers. Tell me about the types of customers that play your game.
I mean, really, it's all types of customers that play the game. Typically, you know, with our decals that we put on the game, we put must be 21 or older to play. That is because, you know, as far as our business is concerned, we would rather have adults on our games than kids on our games. But again, that is a business decision that we put on our decal.
Do you have people play the game without looking at the prize viewer?
I'm assuming there are people that play the game, yes, without the prize viewer. That's correct. It is not a mandatory prize viewer.
Okay, and I have some more questions I'm going to ask Mr. Mulroy from his stand, but while he's down here, if y'all have any questions related to the game, we have to.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Now, at some point, I think Mr. Mulroy was, mark the next exhibit. No objection, Your Honor.
What is it, Mr. McClure?
Thank you.
What is this document?
This is a letter
The second paragraph on the first page?
Yes.
Yes.
And could you read that first sentence?
Starting with earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier this week, you informed me that your client was willing to take the timer down altogether with a single prize shown without any money put in.
And then the next sentence?
I have taken this proposed configuration into account when rendering my final decision on the legality of these machines under Tennessee law.
And that letter was sent to your lawyers, presumably to you with respect to any type of configuration could be done, whether any other type of configuration could be done to comply with the law. Mr. Mulroy stated.
That's correct.
Also want to
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry.
All right. Describe the document, please, Mr. Mullen.
Yes, this is a consent order between Mr. Nige and Torch Electronics in the state of Tennessee. It was entered into pursuant recovery of seized items, seized machines, and seized funds. And Mr. Bloomberg was represented for these proceedings by Justin G. Ms.
That would be docket number P 48159, C Charlie 2402527, dated April 4th, 2025. And we're marking it as Exhibit 5, entered without objection.
And do you see on the second page the consent order?
I do.
And I guess this was a consent order. In it, if you look down into the first paragraph, it says on September 13th, to with the hard drives removed from 8 Torch Electronic Video gambling machines. Now, have you ever expressed it or ever agreed that your machines are gambling machines?
No, I have not.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Mr. G about that before this order was entered?
I don't recall speaking to him about this specific order.
Did you ever allow anybody representing you to declare your machine a gambling machine?
No, I wouldn't.
morning, Mr. Barker.
Good morning.
Now, these machines that you have, Torch owns these machines, correct?
That's correct.
And this is owned by Torch of Tennessee, correct?
That's correct. Torch Electronics, LLC.
Now, you own two Torch companies, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Torch of Tennessee and then Torch of Missouri?
That's correct.
And now, Torch of Tennessee buys these machines from Torch of Missouri, correct?
That's correct.
And Torch of Missouri buys the games from Vanilla Games, the manufacturer, correct?
That's correct.
And Torch of Missouri delivers these machines to Tennessee and deploys them in Shelby County?
That's correct.
Now, the customers at the locations where these games are deployed, the convenience stores, the truck stops, they don't own the machines.
That's correct. They do not own the machines. The machines are just placed in their locations.
And I think you testified earlier that Torch actually is able to go in and configure the machines, correct?
There is simple configuration that Torch can do to the machines as far as the play amounts. We can adjust those. The timer that we discussed before, we can adjust that. And the games and the game themes that are available, those 5 games, we can turn those off and on. That is the limit really to the configuration.
And you can obtain financial reports from the machines?
That's correct. Yeah, there are simple financial reports that are in the machines that basically take there is a couple reports. One is a bill log and a ticket log. Both of those log the money that's inserted into the device and the tickets that are printed from the device. There are also reports, financial reports that we get to audit the machines, and that's what we use to reconcile with the location. So, for example, the locations here in Tennessee, behind the counter, they are paying the tickets, right? So as the ticket comes up to the counter, they redeem that and pay that. And when we come to do an audit of the location and we pull the money out of the machine, the location gets back the tickets that have been printed. The tickets get paid back to them first and reimbursed. And then what the report will show is the net profit, and that's what we split.
Now, just so we're clear, Torch can actually adjust the balance viewer, correct?
So there's a option for the balance. There's an option for the prize viewer. One of the options is a single prize view to where it does not require a balance to see it. So you can walk up to the game, see the next prize of the game without putting any money into the game. You can set that up in addition that it does require money to see that one balance. However, these are set up so that it does require a balance, but you see the entire balance of the previews.
And it's fair to say that Torch controls these machines, not the customers.
That's correct. Torch has the keys to the machines and controls the machines.
All right. And I think you testified earlier, too, that these games have a script that they play through in a sequence, correct?
That is correct. There is a sequence that is played through in the game.
Okay, and this machine that we have here, this has a script of 60,000 sequences
I'm not sure of the exact number of sequences that it has. I would have to look at the report to see exactly how many outcomes are there. The 40,000 that I used before was just an example. There's a report that will, I believe, show how many outcomes are in this machine specifically. I don't know those off the top of my head, though.
But the machines you have deployed in Shelby County have either a script of 60,000 or 100,000, isn't that right?
Again, I don't know the exact number of outcomes. We would have to defer to the reports. All of the machines that are operated have a report that would tell us how many outcomes are in each game.
All right, well, let's assume that this machine has a script of 60,000 outcomes.
Okay.
Okay, and now, that 60,000 outcomes applies to each of the games on this machine, correct?
Yeah, so the script of 60,000 would not only, it is 60,000 per play amount, okay, on each game title, right? So as we talked about before, you go into the game and you can pick quarters, 50 cents, dollar, $2. There is a separate finite pool for each of those play amounts, as well as once you move to the next game, there's a separate pool for those play amounts. However, does that make sense, or is it? Then, as far as the Deluxe 5 is concerned, all of those scripts, so for example, on one game, if there are 4 play amounts on one of the titles, Mountain of Fire, for example, in that game there are 4 separate scripts. So quarters, 50 cents, dollar, and $2. They are each a different line or sequence of scripts. However, all of the Deluxe 5s, they are all that same sequence for all Deluxe 5s on all of those. Yes.
So with the Mountain of Fire that you demonstrated, there would be, using the $60,000 or 60,000 figure, there would be 60,000, a 60,000 script for the 25-cent gameplay, correct?
That's correct.
60,000 for the dollar gameplay, correct?
That's correct.
60,000 for the $5 gameplay.
That's correct. If that was set up, that's correct.
And then 60,000 for the $10 gameplay.
If that is set up, that's correct, yes.
And each one of those are separate scripts within that game, correct?
That's correct.
All right, now let's talk about the prize viewer feature. Now, the prize viewer allows the player to view the outcome of the next play when you hit the prize button, correct?
When you have a balance on the game, so for this game, you would have to have a balance on the game to see the prize viewer. If there isn't any money when you hit the prize viewer button, it'll tell you must have at least $1 in the game to see the prizes, because again, it is set up, as a balance preview, so you have to have money on it.
And within the game rules and gameplay, there are no instructions or other indications about how that prize viewer would work, are there?
Not on this game, no.
And a player wouldn't know what the prize viewer function is unless the player actually pushes the button, correct?
That is correct. They would push the button and see the prize viewer feature. I'd have to look at the rules again that are on the screen to see what that says. That's correct.
And there's nothing posted on the exterior cabinet of the machine to advise the player of this prize viewer feature?
That's correct. We were working on that. We were working on decals that would show exactly how to do that and what the player would need to do. But then we were having our talks with DA Mulroy, and that, of course, led to this. But yes, those are not on there.
And so the player, the average player wouldn't even know that this prize viewer feature is available unless by chance that player hits the prize viewer button.
They would see the screen, or unless they talk to another player that was aware of how the feature works.
And without any instructions as to how the prize viewer works, a player could even assume that the prize viewer simply shows prizes that are available within the game.
I believe in the rules section, we would have to look at it, that it would talk about the prize viewer feature and the player being able to see the prizes. So we can, that is on the main screen. When they push the rules button, I believe that talks about the prize viewer feature.
Well, now, you have a timer set on all of the machines in Shelby County, correct?
That's correct. There is a default timer for 3,000 seconds.
And this game that you demonstrated for the court, it doesn't have that 3,000-second timer, does it?
It has a timer. We changed the timer to 5 seconds for the demonstration.
Now, the default time is, as you said, 3,000 seconds. And how does that show up on the screen during gameplay?
So during gameplay, there is a countdown. So when we went to the prize viewer, and as we walked through that, it will show the exact amount of time that's remaining before they can see, or the player can see the next prize or outcome.
Mr. Melberger, I'd like to show you a photograph, and if you could let us know if that is an accurate depiction of the prize viewer with the timer depicted.
You only have one copy?
No.
Do you need this one?
Is there going to be an objection to this photograph?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you need a sticker on that one? Is it
Like
an
this is
exhibit?
evidence.
Yes.
We'll mark it as exhibit number 6 and admit it without objection.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Miltenberger, is that a photograph of the prize viewer with the timer?
That's correct. That's where the timer is displayed.
Okay. And the timer there is listed at 2,993. Is that correct?
That's correct. 2,993 seconds.
Okay. And that and when does that timer become activated on the machine?
So the timer becomes activated after the second outcome is viewed. So, for example, when we have $10 that are on the game, or $7, I think that's on the game now, you would pull up the prize viewer. You would see right away the first outcome. You would then hit the next button, and right away you would see the second outcome. And then you would have to wait. So for this default timer setting, you would then wait the 2,993 seconds. That is when that kicked on. But that is after you viewed the second outcome.
And this is so whether you have $1 or $5 in credits in a $1 game, correct?
So if you have $1 credit and it is a $1 game, for example, you would see your entire balance right away because it is showing you the next two outcomes. So basically, if you put $1 into the game and you hit prize viewer, it will show you your dollar outcome right away. It won't show you the next outcome just because there isn't any more balance in the machine, so it's just showing the dollar. If you were playing 50 cents on the dollar, you would then be able to see the next two outcomes on that game. If you, does that make sense? Okay.
And if you put $5 in, you can only see two outcomes, correct?
That's correct. You would see, well, you can see all $5 worth of outcomes, but after the second outcome, the way that this is set up with in our default setting, you would have to wait the 3,000 seconds for the third, fourth, and fifth.
All right.
That's right.
And that's 50 minutes, isn't it?
That's 50, yeah, the default setting is 3,000 seconds. That's right.
And so the player would have to wait almost an hour to see outcome number 3.
In that default setting, that's correct.
And that timer, as it counts down on the photograph there, would count down from this 2,993 seconds all the way to 0, correct?
All the way to 0. That's right.
And that's much different than the 5-second timer that you demoed for the court here, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. 5 seconds is different than 3,000 seconds.
I mean, if we put a 50-minute timer on this machine in play, you would only have been able to see the first two outcomes of that $10 play, correct?
That's right. The 5 seconds was, that's right. The 5 seconds was used in our example. That's right.
And then we'd have to wait an hour to see outcomes 3 and 4.
Yeah, you would have to wait, if you left it at the default setting, you would have to wait 50 minutes for each of those outcomes. That's correct.
Okay, and that would be another 50 minutes for outcomes 5 and 6, then, right?
That's right.
Okay,
On
and
that
then all the
default
way down to
setting.
10.
Yes, that's right.
So that's 250 minutes you would have to wait to see all 10 outcomes of that $10 that was put into the machine.
That's correct.
All right. Now, Torch controls the timer, correct?
Torch, excuse me, Torch controls Torch does control the timer from a sense that it can adjust the timer down. It can't adjust the timer up from 3,000 seconds. So we could, as we did for this example, move it to 5 seconds, just like we could move it to 10 seconds. We can adjust it.
Well, you could disable it altogether, couldn't you?
We could disable it. We could set it at 0 seconds.
Okay. And you could remove it altogether with a software update from the manufacturer, correct?
I would assume so. I'd have to talk to them to see how to do that.
Okay. And you put the timer in place in Shelby County, Tennessee in early 2023, correct?
That's correct, early 2023.
And that was after the meeting in November of 2022 with DA Mulroy's office.
That's correct. It was after that meeting.
And you didn't notify DA Mulroy's office that you were putting a timer in at that time?
Not to my knowledge.
And that timer has never been changed from that 3,000-second default setting, has it?
It has not. We've been waiting for word back from DA Mulroy on what would be a considerable and an okay time as far as his opinion. But per the letters, he changed his opinion, and regardless of a timer or no timer, he thought that the game was illegal. So in his mind, the timer didn't matter.
Well, but you made certain representations to DA Mulroy's office on which he relied, didn't you?
We had a meeting with him. Some of that was he misunderstood some of that meeting.
Now, another aspect of the game that you can control is the payout percentage, correct?
On this game, there is no control over the payout percentage. It is it is just set to low. And that is the only option that we have as far as the payout percentage.
On this particular machine.
On a Deluxe 5, that's correct.
Now, but there are other machines deployed in Shelby County where you can change out the payout percentage, aren't there?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, we have machines, I believe, that are set, everything is always set on low, and low is right around from what I understand, a 91% payout percentage. And that is how all of our machines are set, so they're all consistent. We don't have some at a higher rate and others at a lower rate. It is all consistent and all the same.
Now, on this gameplay that you played out,
Okay.
it only paid out 70%, correct?
That is correct.
And so if a player plays the game, it doesn't always pay out at that, I think you said 91%, does it?
Yeah, it is it is the total number of outcomes. So for example, in your example of the 60,000, outcomes of that playing $1, 91% of that would go back to the player. But again, as the player is playing through that script of outcomes, it is only if they get to the end, that it is at 91%. Sometimes, right, in this example, it was 70%. There are other examples where it is 150%, where the player received more money than what was put into the game. Again, the player has the opportunity to see those outcomes.
Now, the fact that a player must wait 3,000 seconds to view another outcome actually deters players from using the prize viewer, doesn't it?
I don't know that.
Well, for one, a player might soon forget after several minutes of gameplay what the function of the prize viewer is. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know what a player would do or how they would do that.
Or the player might conclude that the prize viewer doesn't work. Isn't that right?
Again, it's the player. I'm not sure what the player is thinking.
Okay, well, players do play the game without using the prize viewer. Isn't that right?
I have seen that. Players do play without it.
And I think you've represented that even to this court previously, that players play without using the prize viewer.
Players do play without it's not a mandatory prize viewer.
Okay, and the gameplay is actually set up to be played on the hand console with big play buttons. Wouldn't you agree?
The game does have big play buttons, yes.
And those play buttons are considerably larger than the prize viewer button on the screen.
Again, I don't control the size of the buttons on the screen, but the play button, I would have to measure the play button to see the size compared to the prize viewer button.
And I want to show you the portion of the transcript from the hearing that we had back in November.
Thank you. Does she need the sticker?
Your Honor,
sorry.
This is
Sorry.
page 38 from the transcript of the court's hearing on Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. Yes, and we'd like to make that the FX number exhibit, please.
There be an objection? Ms. McMillan?
No objection.
All right, and then if you look at page 39, Mr. Melkenberger, the highlighted portion there, and I'll read that out loud for you. What we found is, you know, in the locations, there are players who like to hit the prize viewer button and see it, and they can go through it. And there are other players who like to just play the game without hitting the prize viewer button. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did?
And is that something that you have found through your experience in deploying these games in Shelby County, Tennessee?
Yes, I have seen different players play different ways.
And how long have you been using these no-chance game machines?
In Tennessee? So in Tennessee was October of 2021.
Okay. And when did you first start using no-chance games anywhere?
So we started using No Chance games in October of 2015 in Missouri.
All right, and so you've developed an understanding of how players play these games, haven't you?
I have seen different players play differently.
All right. So players do play the game without knowing the outcome of their game for at least 50 minutes in Shelby County, Tennessee, correct?
Players have the opportunity to play the game without seeing the outcome.
And with the timer that's on these machines in Shelby County, no player can see the outcome after the second outcome of that third outcome until they wait 50 minutes.
That's correct. With the way that the default setting is set, they can see the first two, and then the timer kicks in.
So players in Shelby County play these games without knowing the outcome of their play for 50 minutes.
I don't know how the players play, different players play the game in different ways.
Well, you would agree if a player hits the prize viewer twice and sees two outcomes, he cannot see the next outcome for the next 50 minutes.
If the player is waiting for the third outcome, that's correct. They would have to wait 50 minutes.
But most people aren't going to wait 50 minutes for the next outcome, are they?
I don't,
Speculation.
What's your question?
Well, that players, as they play these games with this 50-minute timer, they're not waiting 50 minutes to see the next outcome.
If you know, do you know?
I don't know.
Next question.
But the timer encourages them to play the game without knowing the next outcome, doesn't it?
I don't know that.
And the timer actually requires them to play the game without knowing the next outcome, doesn't it?
The timer does not require them to play the game without knowing the next outcome.
And even if when they do view the outcome, it takes them less than 20 seconds to hit the button 2 times to see the next 2 outcomes, doesn't it?
What was the question? Again, say it again.
It takes a player less than 20 seconds to view the next 2 outcomes by hitting the prize viewer function, doesn't it?
I don't know how long it takes the player to view the next 2 outcomes. They might be sitting on the one outcome and waiting, and then they hit the next. I don't know how they're playing it.
It took you less than 20 seconds when you demonstrated it to view 2 outcomes, didn't it?
Again, it depends on what's going on. For me, looking at it, I can hit the button and see the next outcome.
And so the game is really played without knowing the outcome of a play on the chance that a player might win on that third outcome, isn't it?
I don't know that.
And the player never really knows whether the player will
The player has the opportunity to wait for the timer.
But the player isn't going to know that outcome unless he waits, isn't that right?
The player would wait for the timer, and then they would see the outcome. That's correct.
Now, even without the timer, the player does not know what outcome is going to appear next, whether it's a win or a loss, does he?
You are saying without the timer?
Right.
On a balance preview game? What is your question again? I don't
Well,
understand.
The question is, when the player pushes that prize viewer button, the player doesn't know what the next outcome is going to be unless he pushes that button, correct?
That's correct. He or she has to push the button to see the prize, the outcome. That's correct.
The player actually gambles on the fact that, on the chance that the next outcome might be a win.
I don't know that.
And it's the hope or the chance that that next play is going to show a win. That's what these games are.
I don't know that.
Now, as you said, the preview feature is only an option. It does not have to be used, isn't that right?
The preview is an option. That's right. It's not mandatory.
Okay. And when it's used, it only eliminates the risk of losing money on the very next two plays before that timer kicks in, doesn't it?
Again, the prize viewer is set for a balanced preview, so the player has the opportunity to see all of the prizes that are in the balance of the game.
Okay, but with the 50-minute timer on there, the player can only see two outcomes, correct?
No, the player can see all of the outcomes. The player, just with that timer, has to wait the 50 minutes to see the third outcome.
And if the player plays, well, let's strike that. These games really do not eliminate the element of chance for winning money on a future round, with or without the timer, do they?
I don't understand your question. Say it again.
Well, the games don't eliminate the element of chance for winning money on a future round, do they?
Are you asking me for a legal opinion, or what are you asking me for?
Wait a minute, sir.
I'm sorry.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Deal with the objection.
Okay.
Can you rephrase the question, counsel? I was a little bit stumped on the question.
Sure, it's, well, with the preview, let me ask it this way. The preview feature is only an option, so the player doesn't have to use it. And if the player doesn't use it, it doesn't eliminate the element of chance for winning money on a future round for the player, does it?
I think I understand the question. Let's see if the witness understands. Do you understand the question?
Can you ask it one more time?
Sure. If the preview feature is only an option, and the player doesn't have to
Can
use
you
it.
ask the question without the predicate?
Sure, sure.
Just ask him the question without the predicate.
Okay. The preview feature does not eliminate the element of chance for winning money on a future round, does it?
The player, again, has the opportunity to see the balance preview of the game. So the money that is put in the game, they're able to see the outcomes.
And that is really the desire of the game, which is to ignite in the player the desire to gamble on that future outcome, isn't it?
Again, the game is a no-chance game machine with a balance preview. How the player plays it, I can't control how the player chooses to play the game. The opportunity is there for them to see the balance, if they choose to see it.
But Torch controls the timer, correct?
That's correct. Torch controls the timer and was working with DA Mulroy's office on the timer.
And you have never adjusted the timer even after receiving correspondence from DA Mulroy's office?
No, because we had more correspondence and more communication, and we're still waiting for that response.
Now, let's talk about your interactions with DA Mulroy's office. All right, I want to show you. All right,
Describe the document for us.
sure, Your Honor, this is a memorandum that was submitted to the Shelby County District Attorney by Mr. Milberger's attorneys on November 2nd, 2022. And it relates to the meeting in November 2022 that they discussed.
Is there objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
We'll mark it as exhibit number 8, and we'll admit it.
Great, thank you.
All right. Mr. Milberger, is this legal memorandum a memorandum that your lawyer submitted to DA Mulroy's office?
I believe so, yes.
And was this a part of the discussions of your meeting with Mr. Mulroy in November of 2022?
I believe it was, yes.
And if you look at page 2 of the memorandum, that second paragraph where it discusses the prize viewer feature.
Yes, I see it.
And if you look at that first sentence of that paragraph, it says, further and of significant importance is the existence of a prize viewer feature that allows a user to also view upcoming game outcomes before committing to submitting consideration for the next play. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And then it says the user simply presses a clearly labeled prize viewer icon on the machine and the entire series or balance of game outcomes is displayed, correct?
I see that, yes, that's right.
Now, is that how the prize viewer was configured in November 2022 when you met with DA Mulroy's office?
So the prize viewer in November, the way that it was configured, was set up as a what was considered a single prize preview, where the game itself, before putting any money into it, allowed for the allowed for the player to see the outcome of a single event. So before any money was put into the game, the player could go up to it and see that next outcome, and it could see the next outcome on all of the play amounts on all of the games. That's how it was originally configured. So the original configuration of the game was set up as a single prize preview. So, for example, the player could walk up to the game and without putting any money into the game, hit the prize viewer button and see that first prize, the single outcome. And that was really regardless of whether there was any money on the game, right? Okay, thank you.
And so at that time, whether or not you put money in the game or not, you could see the outcome of the next play.
That's correct, at that time.
And there was
That's
no timer on the machines in Shelby County at that time either, was there?
That's right, because it was not set up as a balance preview.
As a result of this meeting, did you put a balance viewer on the machines in Shelby County as well?
After the meeting, yes, we talked to Mr. Mulroy, and then we configured the games in Shelby County to have a balance preview.
All right, you can set that exhibit aside.
Okay.
I want to show you exhibit number 1 again, if you've got that.
Okay, yep, I've got a pile here. Okay,
All right.
yes.
Now, if you look at the second paragraph, I'm going to read that for you. It is the position of this office that any new machines that implement this change, I'm sorry, strike that, let me go up one paragraph first. In the middle of the first paragraph, Mr. Johnson notes that there is now the option for the player to scroll through the full script of future results if the player chooses to do so. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
Okay. And is that the change that arose out of that November 2022 meeting?
It was not the the option for the player. Yes, it was the balance preview is what we discussed.
Okay. And down in that second paragraph, it says it is the position of this office that any new machines that implement this change, as long as the previously discussed design characteristics would not be in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 3917-501. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
Okay. And then it says this office is placing an extreme amount of trust and reliance on the representations made by the representatives of the manufacturer for these Torch gaming machines. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
Okay. And so DA Mulroy's office was relying on the representations that were being made on Torch's behalf, weren't they?
It's what it says, yes.
And those were representations that you made as the owner of Torch.
Yes.
And that same email notes that there will be zero tolerance for any violations, zero tolerance for deployment of machines under the old configuration, correct?
Where does it say zero tolerance? I'm sorry.
At the very end of that paragraph, in short, there will be zero tolerance for any deployment of the old machines.
That's correct. Of the old machines, the single prize machines would be the old machines.
And you were also required to remove any of the old machines or have them reconfigured, correct?
We reconfigured all of the old machines. That's correct.
All right. And then following somewhere between there and DA Mulroy's July 2023 letter, you added a timer to these machines, correct?
That's correct.
But you didn't notify his office that there was a timer put in place.
I am not aware of what notification we did.
initiated an investigation of the machines and the gameplay in Shelby County, didn't he?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Let's look at Exhibit 2, please. I'm reading from the first paragraph. Over the past 9 months, I've spent a significant amount of time and considerable effort addressing the numerous issues that were brought to my attention involving these machines. The complaints about these machines have continued to be received by MPD and other law enforcement agencies, resulting in multiple criminal cases and property seizures over
Slow down,
the past
Counselor.
year.
Slow
Sorry.
down, Counselor, you have court report.
Sorry. You need me to read that again? Okay. Did I read that correctly?
Where did you leave off? Did you read that?
I read the middle 2 sentences of that first paragraph.
Okay.
All right. Did I read that correctly?
I'm not entirely sure.
All right. Well, were there, did you have machines that were being seized between, after that meeting with DA Mulroy in 2022?
I don't remember that.
Were there complaints that were being made about your machines in early 2023?
I don't know that.
All right. Now, if you look at down at the middle of that second paragraph, following is with the beginning with following.
Okay.
All right. Following the November meeting and in reliance on your memorandum, along with unqualified assurances from your client, Stephen Miltenberger, representative for Torch Electronics, LLC, I expressed to you my preliminary opinion that the Torch machines did not appear to be in violation of Tennessee law. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And this opinion was made in reliance on the statements made by you and your client assuring me that the machines placed in operation in Shelby County would be configured in accordance with the specific features set out in your November 2nd, 2022 memorandum. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And those machines were not configured entirely consistent with the memorandum of November 2nd, 2022, were they?
There was a timer that was added.
And as part of this letter on July 25th, 2023 from DA Mulroy, if you turn to the last page, you were advised that the machines were not in compliance with Tennessee law, correct?
The letter says yes, the possession operation, which is in violation of Tennessee law. Yes.
And you were advised to and directed to cease and desist operation in Shelby County, Tennessee, correct?
That's what the letter says. That's correct.
And you were given until August 10th, 2023 to remove the machines from Shelby County, Tennessee, correct?
Yes, the letter says these machines, yes, on or after August 10th, 2023. That's correct. That's what the letter says.
All right. But you didn't remove any machines from Shelby County, Tennessee pursuant to this order, did you? This letter, did you?
We did not. We worked with our counsel, who was in communication with the DA's office.
And you didn't adjust the timer on these machines after this letter
We didn't. We were waiting for a response from DA Mulroy, who then also, from my understanding, said the time, it didn't matter with the timer.
Okay. And you also put more machines in Shelby County after receiving this letter too, didn't you?
I don't know if we put more machines in Shelby County.
Well, did you put machines in Shelby County throughout 2023?
We've put machines throughout 2023, that's right, but we've also been competing against the organized crime unit of the Memphis Police Department, who continues to damage our machines. So I don't know that we have any net new machines.
Okay. And you put machines in Shelby County throughout 2024, correct?
We have placed machines, that's right, but I don't know how many were just replacements for what had been taken or damaged, and we've had quite a few locations that are just scared and don't want to have the machines.
And you've continued to put machines in Shelby County in 2025 as well, haven't you?
We are not any new machines. There's no net number of new machines that are in Shelby County, but we do replace machines.
How many machines did you have in Shelby County at the end of 2023?
I don't know. I'd have to look at my notes and see what we have.
How many machines did you have in Shelby County at the end of 2024?
I don't know.
How many machines do you currently have in Shelby County?
I know it is less than 2024 and 2023, but I don't know the exact number.
And we have no way to determine those numbers as we sit here today.
Not off the top of my head, but those are numbers that we can get you for sure.
All right. Now, you didn't file any legal challenge to the interpretation of the gambling laws or the application of the gambling laws to these machines any time before filing this lawsuit, did you?
I don't know that. I don't know. We have to ask our attorneys.
Well,
What are you asking again?
Well, you didn't file a legal challenge to the interpretation of Tennessee's gambling laws or the application of those laws to your machines at any time before you filed this lawsuit, did you?
We didn't. We were working with DA Mulroy.
Now, a minute ago, you were provided Exhibit 5 on direct.
Okay.
And that is a copy of a consent order, is it not?
It is a consent order, that's correct.
And one of the petitioners on here is Torch Electronics, correct?
That's correct.
And you hired the attorney, Justin G., to represent Torch Electronics, correct?
That's correct.
And you hired attorney Justin G. also to represent the other petitioner, Faisal Nagy, too, correct?
That's correct. He represented Facial Nagy.
All right, and you paid the attorney's fees to Mr. G. as well, correct?
That's correct.
And so, if you look at the very first paragraph, which would be of the consent order, right underneath the heading of the consent order, these are hard drives that were seized on September 13th, 2023, correct?
Where does it say that? I'm not sure. What page you on?
Well, Mr. Mulroy, if you
Yeah.
flip over to the very second page,
Okay.
it says consent order.
Yep, I'm on that page.
All right, and you see where it says September 13th, 2023?
I do. The first the first time it says that?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
All right, and so, this matter concerned, hard drives, removed from 8 Torch electronic video gambling machines and $11,889 in US currency. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And, when DA Mulroy sent that letter of July 25th, 2023, he gave you until August 10th, 2023 to remove these machines from Shelby County, didn't he?
That's what the letter said.
And as of September 13th, 2023, you had not removed these machines from Shelby County, Tennessee, had you?
We had not.
All right. And I also want to be clear, this is a consent order. This is an agreement between Torch Electronics, Faisal Nagy, and the state of Tennessee, correct?
That's what it says. It's a consent order.
Right? You haven't sued Justin G for anything related to this consent order, have you?
No?
He was your attorney, Torch's attorney, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the inclusion of the language in here, calling these gambling machines, that was language that was authorized by you and agreed to by you, correct?
Not by me, no.
But you authorized your attorney to act on your behalf, or act on Torch's behalf.
Yes, he acted on our behalf, but I would never say that we have gambling machines.
But you never contested the constitutionality of the criminal statutes in this proceeding, did you?
Where it was alleging that they were video gambling machines? This one?
Now, in this proceeding, you did not challenge the Tennessee's gambling laws as they apply to these machines, did you?
No.
All right. And all right, let's put that on the side. All right, Your Honor, I have another consent order, State of Tennessee versus Viral Panda and Torch Electronics. Docket number P 48396, Charlie 2405546, which I'd like to make the next number exhibit, please.
Mr. McMillan?
No objection.
There being no objection, we'll mark this exhibit number 9. And
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Milberger, if you could turn over to that second page again.
Okay, yes.
Now, was this a matter involving 6 Torch electronic video gaming machine hard drives and $1,437,000 in US currency?
That's what it says.
Okay. And this was from a seizure that occurred on September 19th, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was, again, after you had received the letter from DA Mulroy directing you to remove the machines from Shelby County by August 10th, 2023.
That's correct.
And again, if you look at the last page on this, is Justin G. the attorney?
Justin G. is the attorney, yes.
And again, you hired Justin G.,
Yes, I hired Justin G.
and this order was entered December 18th, 2024.
18th of December, 2024, yes.
And let's turn back to page, the third page, which down at the bottom, it's got some numbers. This would be 3941 at the bottom.
Okay, yes.
All right, and then if you look at number 6, paragraphs number 6 there, it describes, well, I'll just read that out, that during the execution of the search warrant, the detectives located and seized 6 Torch electronic video gambling machine hard drives, gambling records receipts, and $1,437 in U.S. currency. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
Okay. And that language, gambling language, was not contested as a part of this consent order, was it?
I'm not sure. I don't agree with the language, but I don't know.
Okay, and again, you haven't sued Justin G. for including that language in the order, have you?
No, have not.
All right. Now, Mr. Miltenberger, at any time, even today, you could change the timer on the machines in Shelby County, could you?
That's correct.
But from the time it's been implemented until this day of trial here, you've chosen not to, correct?
We are waiting for direction on the timer.
Okay, but you've chosen not to change the timer and reduce the time, correct?
That's correct. The timer has not been changed.
And you spent a great deal of time trying to negotiate the legality of these machines with the Mulroy's office as well, correct?
We spent a lot of time talking to his office, for sure, yes.
And even after receiving that July 25th, 2023 letter from D.A. Mulroy, you represented to D.A. Mulroy's office that you were willing to even remove the timer. Isn't that right?
I believe so, that's correct.
And yet you haven't removed it.
We haven't, that's correct.
Now, the complaint that you have made, and I understand you're not asking for damages, that's not an issue, but the complaint that you have made claims losses exceeding $100,000. Is that right?
I believe so. I would need to look at the complaint again.
Your Honor, I've got a copy of the amended complaint that I'd like to make the next number of exhibit.
How is this, you about to go into a discussion of damages with me?
Very briefly,
Very brief. All right.
it goes to the irreparable harm, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, if you look at paragraph number
Okay, I see it.
All right, and there, and Your Honor, I would like to make that the next number exhibit as well, please.
Mr. McMillan?
I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go.
To the complaint, the next number
Yes,
exhibit.
no objection.
We'll admit it as exhibit number 10.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, do you see paragraph number 434 where it says Torch has lost more than $100,000 in revenue from the seizure and confiscation of its NCG amusement devices?
Yes,
And yet your machines continue to operate in Shelby County with a 50-minute timer on them to this day, correct?
they do.
And you've continued to make money on those machines in Shelby County, correct?
On the machines that are operating, correct.
And you have reaped the benefit of your business by having that timer and the operation of those machines in Shelby County too, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, who wouldn't know? You're the owner of the company, right?
You're asking me if the timer is directly tied into the profits of our company? I don't know that.
Have you made money in Shelby County?
We have.
Have you made a profit in Shelby County?
I'm not sure if we've made a profit, taking into account all of the losses on the equipment. I'd have to look at that.
Okay. How much money have you made on the operations in Shelby County since you deployed them in Shelby County?
I don't know that.
Okay. How much money have you made since you filed this lawsuit in Shelby County?
I don't know.
Have you deployed these machines in any other county throughout Tennessee?
The machines are deployed just in Shelby County that are like this with the timer.
All right, Mr. Miltenberger, we are almost done. You can set that aside.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Miltenberger, you would agree that if a player plays all of the scripts and sequence on a game machine, and we'll use that 60,000 script example, the player doesn't make money on the game, does he?
The player does not make money on the game. That's correct.
And then the player then loses money on the game.
The player will have lost money on the game. That's correct.
And a player is not going to know the outcome of the game until they put money into the machine to play the game, correct?
That's correct.
Or even use the preview function, correct?
Say it again.
Yep. A player will not know the outcome of the game until they use the preview function either, correct?
They will not know the outcome unless they use the preview button. That's correct.
And a player might never use the preview option, correct?
They may never. I'm not sure.
Well, a player does not have to use the preview option, correct?
It is not a mandatory preview option. That's correct.
And so chance precedes the play of the game itself, doesn't it?
I don't know that.
And even a little bit of chance is any chance?
I don't know that.
And whether the player decides to interact with the game device itself is chance in itself, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Milberger.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Miltenberger, you have, what is it, exhibit 3, you have it from August 10th.
Okay, I have it.
Okay, and exhibit 3 is a letter from your counsel to
That's correct.
And it's on that day in which D.A. Mulroy said he wanted the games removed at that point. Is that correct? He said by August 10th. Is that?
I believe that's correct.
I want to focus your attention to the second page where it says, the second page, second full paragraph. This is your
Okay.
counsel explaining to Mr. Mulroy. It says, regarding the time delay on the prize field feature, we acknowledge that the specifics around this element was not discussed in either the memo of November 2nd, 2022, or during the meeting in your office on November 8th, 2022. However, as we tried to explain during our May meeting, the time delay feature evolved after seeing how the balance of plays feature played out in practice in the field. Do you remember that meeting that you had with him in May explaining the balance of your feature?
I believe so.
Okay, and do you remember explaining to him that this, D.A. Mulroy, that this was a new feature and you had to test it to see how it worked in practice?
I believe so.
Did you get any complaints from the stores when there was no time delay on the balance of your feature?
We were getting lots of complaints.
Okay, and some of those complaints are expressed in this paragraph. Was that the reason you had a timer there with a significant amount of time?
That's correct.
Now, the default time, that is not the intended time you plan to have on your games, is it, or is it not?
No, that was just a default time that we had to give a number to the manufacturer because we knew we couldn't go with more time. We could only go with less time, so that was a number that we had them, that was just the cap of the timer that we set, and it could be set to anything under that.
And during that period of time, you were asking D.A. Mulroy what time would he be comfortable with, if any time at all, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the payout percentage, I think it was some misunderstanding here. We just went through 10 outcomes in this example, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but if you go through the whole static script, it will come out where you will win 9%, you will get a 9% of the return, and 91 will go to the players. Is that correct?
For what I understand, that's correct, yes.
And at some point during the static script, the player might only get 70% and you get 30, but at some point, the player may get 150%.
That's correct,
You get nothing, is that correct?
yes.
And so in order for it to play out to the 91%, you'll have to play the entire static script.
That's correct.
Now, you were shown some orders on the seizures that Justin G., your attorney, signed a consent order. Did he send the order to you for approval?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is Justin G. familiar at all with how your machine operates? Have you ever spent time going through it with him?
I believe he understands how they operate, but I'm not 100% sure.
You can attend, I think this order was also signed by Dennis Johnson, is that correct?
Yes, Exhibit 5 is signed by Dennis Johnson.
And that's the same Dennis Johnson that one time said that DA Mulroy was okay with the legalities of the game.
I believe so.
All right, and I want to be clear about this. The factory setting of 3,007 did you intend for your games to function with that time delay?
No, it's just a default setting.
And with respect to your business, whether the player can see it within 5 seconds, or 10 seconds, or 3,000, does it in any way impact how the static script is set up and how you make your money?
It does not.
I'm almost finished. I think opposing counsel asked you a couple of times about bringing a lawsuit prior to this lawsuit. Why did you bring this lawsuit?
We brought this lawsuit to get an answer, for our question as far as the game is concerned, because we weren't getting a response from DA Mulroy.
No further questions.
All right, thanks, sir. You have a question? All right, sir, thank you. You did say that.
Okay, thank you, Your Honors.
All right, we're contemplating an hour's break for lunch. As I said with you all. Now, and we will reconvene at 1:55. All right? All rise.
Summer Court's back in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon. We can go back on the record. Mr. McMullen? You have another witness?
Yes, Your Honor, call.
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to call Mr. Nick Farley.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Have a seat.
Thanks.
After that, would you introduce yourself to the judges, please?
Certainly. My name is Nick Farley. I'm the president and founder of Nick Farley and Associates. We do business as Eclipse Compliance Testing.
You took my second question, what do you do? Could you explain
Oh,
what
yeah.
that company is?
Sure. My company is an independent testing laboratory. We test and evaluate electronic gaming devices and systems, as well as offering expert testimony services and game classification and analysis.
In the course of your involvement in this case, have you provided my office with a current CV or curriculum?
I have.
How may
No objection to the statement by Court, Your Honors.
All right. This is Mr. Farley's curriculum vitae. We'll mark it and admit it as Exhibit 11.
Mr. Farley, we have before you what we just marked as Exhibit 11.
Yes, I do.
And is that your current CV?
It is.
Would you briefly tell the judges about your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electrical Engineering and Computer Science from Stevens Institute of Technology, which is a private engineering school in Hoboken, New Jersey.
And would you briefly summarize your work experience?
Certainly. After I graduated from Stevens in 1987, I accepted employment with the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement in Atlantic City, where I served as a test engineer for the examination of electronic gaming devices and systems that are used in Atlantic City casinos. I worked there for 4 years, at which time I was offered employment with what was then a startup company, a company called Gaming Laboratories International, or GLI. I was their first hired full-time employee. Worked for GLI for 9 years, both at GLI and the DGE. I tested and evaluated gaming devices for compliance with jurisdictional requirements. Also at GLI, I was involved in the inspections and openings of casinos, more than 150 casinos throughout the country and in other parts of the world. Most notably nearby, I was involved in a lot of the casino openings in Mississippi. In 2000, my father-in-law became ill, and my wife wanted to move to Ohio to look after his healthcare needs. And with that, started my own business. That was in November of 2000. It's Nick Farley and Associates. We do business as Eclipse Compliance Testing, and I've been doing this now. This is my 25th year.
Also, my next question, I was going to ask, how long have you been doing this type of work?
Well, my entire career spans 38 years in the examination of gaming devices and systems, and as my own business for 25 years now.
When you say your line of work is testing and analyzing, what do you mean?
We examine games from two perspectives. We're authorized in more than 265 regulated gaming jurisdictions, and we test gaming devices for compliance with those rules and regulations in those jurisdictions. And we also examine games such as this in jurisdictions where they're not regulated to help facilitate the classification of the game and also help triers of fact to determine their legality.
Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Many times.
What types of cases are you testifying?
Mostly game classification matters. I do get called in occasionally involved in patent infringement matters where, companies have a patent and somebody's infringing upon it, and it's a technical nature. But my background always involves gaming, casino gaming or unregulated gaming.
And in those cases where you were testifying, were you qualified as an expert?
Yes.
In what fields or areas?
Typically, I get qualified in the area of game classification and/or game analysis.
In your own words, how would you describe your area of expertise?
My area of expertise is examination of electronic games to determine either compliance or categorization.
At this time, your honors, I'd like to call on Mr. Farley as an expert in game examination of gaming in the areas of compliance and analysis and classification.
Your Honor, we'll object to the extent that for compliance, to the extent that's going to call for a legal conclusion, but otherwise we can stipulate to him being an expert as to game analysis.
Your Honor, we do not intend to have Mr. Farley opine as to any legal conclusion.
All right, then. We'll accept him as an expert in the classification and analysis.
Mr. Farley, what do you understand about the matter that brings you to court today?
My understanding is that we have NCG, or no chance games, that are being installed by Torch Electronics. The games are manufactured by a company called Vanilla Games. The unique feature of these games is that a player has an opportunity to see what the outcome is going to be before they ever engage in committing funds to play the game.
You said no chance game. Is that sort of a term of art, or is that an industry term?
It's become a term of art in the industry. It's also, the acronym for the games at issue today are NCG, and that's the acronym for No Chance Game.
Were you retained as an expert to testify in this matter?
Yes,
And you were retained by Torch?
yes,
Do you work exclusively for Torch?
I do not.
Do you ever perform any work or testify on behalf of any competitors of Torch?
Yes.
So, what was your engagement in this matter? What were you asked to do?
Well, legal counsel for Torch asked me to examine these games and write up a report on how they operate. We were given, I think, 10 or 12 questions to address to help legal counsel determine their legal opinion on this, and our report was somewhat comprehensive in that we talked about how the game operates, how it could be configured, and how it was designed.
So you did prepare expert reports for your engagement.
Yes.
How many expert reports did you prepare?
All total for these games for Tennessee, I believe there were 11 reports in total.
So why were there 11 reports?
There were 11 different versions of software.
So you did an expert report per version of the software?
Yes. I think Mr. Miltonberger referred to them as suites.
Can you explain that? What do you mean by that?
Sure. I call it a version of software because there's an overarching version of it, but each version of software contains multiple game themes that are available to the player to participate and engage in gameplay. The game before us, I believe, has 5 game themes, and that would be the suite of 5 games.
And so you did prepare a report that analyzed this particular machine?
Yes.
I'd like to pass it up to, I believe, the
735 Southwest 2D 449. That says it was reversible error for a trial court to admit substantive evidence, the hearsay expert report of the expert. So we would rely on that and say that admission of this report would be hearsay.
What's his opinion, Todd? How do you respond, Ms. Tools?
Well, Your Honor, I believe we do have the ability to have our expert refer to this report and use this report throughout his testimony. And I haven't seen the opinion, but if the opinion is about the admissibility, that's one thing that.
Give her a copy of the opinion. Take a moment, review it while we review it. So I think this opinion suggests that certain portions of the information was objectionable, not the entire expert report. Am I correct? Or give me a little bit more about what this opinion says and how you're using it.
Your Honor, I think it does go to the report. If you turn to page 2, it says any bit before this expert's hearsay or the plaintiff's objection should not have been admitted. We don't have any testimony here about what's Mr. Farley's going to use the report for, or even if he can, even if he needs the report.
Is this the first time you've seen this report?
No, Your Honor, it was provided previously.
What are you? Which parts of this report are you offering into evidence? The entire report?
We would offer the basis and the facts, as well as there is a portion of the report that has what's an appendix called the admin panel information, and it is basically a index to the portions or the parts of the machines that we set through the admin panel, and so that's what we're intending to use from this expert report, and also as a guide, so to speak.
Your objection has to be more targeted.
Well, Your Honor, if they want to enter the appendix, that's fine, but there are comments that I believe Mr. Farley or his company had put in about the appendix, about what those are.
And then, counsel, you would need to object to those specific portions as opposed to the entire report, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you have objections to certain portions of it, I can hear that, or if you want to wait until that point in time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So there's no objection, as I understand it, to what she wants to get in.
If it's only for the appendix, then we can save our objections for those portions that they're trying to admit as evidence, the comments as well.
There's, sorry, in addition to the index, there are also some the basis, some, I guess, factual findings, as well as other
Okay.
information.
Well, let's go one step at a time. Did you have something?
No.
Okay, let's go one step at a time.
Yes, Your Honor, there is actually, or do you want me to go into the details?
Yeah, you can pass him the report,
Right.
and we'll identify it as Exhibit 12.
I have 3 copies.
Second.
Couldn't tell whether she had one or two.
This is, these are copies of one of them. So there are 3 copies for each. And just so that people aren't anxious about the big, copy, that I did want to clarify that the report itself is 17 pages, and then there's the appendix, and then the larger chunk of the report is a bunch of text
Yes, this is a report that we wrote on NCG Deluxe 5, terminal version 5.5.1.6, which is the software installed in the terminal before us.
And from that review, are you able to tell us more about the specific features of the torch in CG?
Yes,
Do me a favor.
yes,
Push that microphone around in front of you as you speak.
sure. Is this a little bit better?
Push it, yeah,
Oh,
that's
a
a
little
little bit better. There you go.
Okay,
There.
all right, there we go. Thank you.
Would you describe some of the features that make a no chance game a no chance game?
Yes, a no-chance game eliminates the element of chance from what would otherwise.
That's the ultimate conclusion there, sir. You are, the objection sustained, so
Okay.
rephrase your question.
Would you describe some of the features of sort of how the game functions that makes it a no chance game?
Yes, the player has the ability to preview game outcomes before they commit to playing the game. The game outcomes are assembled in a finite pool. The finite pool is sorted and stored statically, and when the pool is exhausted, it just restarts back at the beginning and keeps going infinitely.
Tell me about the finite pool. What does that mean?
Finite pool, specifically, as stated in my report, there are,
Can you pause there and reference the specific case?
yes, yes, absolutely.
Just have a witness testify as to what his opinions are, rather than reference.
Yes, we can certainly do that. Would you testify as to what the finite, I'm sorry, instead of looking in your report, can you just tell us what a finite pool is?
A finite pool is a pool of outcomes that is finite. In this instance, there are 60,000 game outcomes. And all of those game outcomes are sorted in a sequential order, and that sequential order is followed until the 60,000th outcome is presented, and then it goes back to the first outcome and starts all over again.
Can a player manipulate any outcomes?
No,
Can the owner of the machine manipulate any outcomes?
no.
What happens if you unplug the machine?
Well, the power goes off, and when it comes back on, it picks up where it left off in the pool. It'll just continue where it was before the power got turned off.
And you mentioned also the ability to preview game outcomes. That's a feature of a no chance game.
That's correct, yes.
Can you describe how that works?
Yes, there's an icon on the screen that says preview. And when that's pressed, it brings up the value of the prize for the next game to be played. And if you hit the next button while that's up there, it shows you the outcome of the next game after that one and what the value of that prize will be, et cetera, et cetera.
And the prize viewer can be configured in different ways.
Yes, yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, there's 4 different ways it can be configured. The first way is to present a single solitary outcome without any money on the machine. So a player could just walk up to the machine without putting any money into it, press the preview button, and see what the next outcome is going to be, for each game theme and for each play level. Another way is to do what we call the balance view, I think is how it was referred to, where if you have money on the machine, you can see the balance of game plays for the amount of money that you have based upon each theme and each play level. And the example we were giving was $10. So if you have $10 on the machine and you look at the $1 level for one of the game themes, you would see the next 10 outcomes. If you were looking at the 25-cent level, you could see the next 40 outcomes with the same $10. There's another configuration that will allow you to see every possible outcome. So if you have money on the machine, you can go ahead and continue to look at outcomes beyond what you've inserted in the machine. And then the last configuration is to see one outcome, but you have to have money on the machine to see the next single outcome.
And all those 4 different ways to configure the privacy or function in the game, in all 4 of those ways, do you have to actually use money in order to see those outcomes?
No. No, in 3 of the situations, you have to have money on the machine, but you are under no obligation to expend any of that money to see the outcomes. The money just has to be on the machine to know whether it's going to show you the next balance of the balance preview, or give you the infinite preview, or just kind of show you what the next outcome is going to be while you have money on the machine. But you're not forced to commit any funds to play the game or view any of the outcomes.
So those are the features that make a no chance game a no chance game. Your line of work.
Your Honor, we'll object to leaving.
That's not legal.
Yes, I would agree.
In your line of work, are you familiar with slot machines?
Yes, I am.
What are slot machines?
Slot machines in a regulated, acknowledged casino are devices in which the outcome is determined by a random number generator outside of the player's control, without the player having any ability to see what's going to come up, or without the player having the ability to control what the outcome will be. So it's a complete game of chance.
Your Honor, we'll object to that in conclusion, legal conclusion.
Your response, counsel?
Well, there's no dispute that a slot machine is a legal gambling device or a game of chance. So we're not offering that for a legal conclusion that a slot machine is a legal gambling device.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So what are some of the defining features of a slot machine?
Generally speaking, what most people are familiar with a slot machine is players put money in the machine, they press a button or pull a handle in the old days, but now it's just press a button. The reels spin and they come to a stop. What determines what gets displayed to the player or where those reels stop is a random number generator that selects the stop position for each of the reels. Once that presentation is made to the player either wins or loses, and if they win, they get awarded a prize, and if they lose the money that they put up for the play of the game.
Can you explain to the judges what a random number generator is?
Yeah, a random number generator in slot machine terms is generally a software algorithm that picks numbers in a range randomly. I don't know how else to explain that. But, it just has the ability to kind of do it without any type of pattern recognition or the ability for a human to kind of anticipate what the next outcome is going to be. So it's picked randomly, and players have no control or no idea what that next outcome is going to be because they can't anticipate it.
In the torch no chance game machines that you reviewed, do you find any random number generator in those machines?
No, nothing that determined the outcome of the game.
And I think you also, when we were talking about defining features of a slot machine, you said the player doesn't have, when they're playing a slot machine, there's no ability to view future outcomes.
That is correct.
Move the microphone over more towards you.
Do you want me to repeat that question?
No, that's fine. That's much better.
Thank you. You said there's no prize viewer, or there's no ability to view upcoming outcomes with a slot machine, is that right?
That is correct. There is no way to see what the next outcome is going to be.
Right. There is, or is there a prize viewer in the torch no chance game?
Yes, there is.
In your experience, are slot machines different than torch no chance games?
Very much so, yes.
How so?
Slot machines do not have the ability to see what the next outcome is going to be or any next X outcomes, multiple outcomes. And slot machines determine their outcomes randomly outside of the player control, where the torch games use a finite pool, finite repeating pool, that draws the outcome sequentially.
So in your experience, the slot machines not function in the same way that the torch no chance game functions?
That is correct.
In your experience, are you familiar with what a knock-off feature is in the context of gaming devices?
Yes, I'm familiar with knockoff features. They're most,
What?
Knock-off features?
Knockoff.
Will you
Yeah.
explain to the judges what a knock-off feature is?
yeah, knockoff features are prevalent in illegal gambling devices. Think of a bar or a tavern or a social club that is operating a back room where there may be some illegal games. They'll offer the games under the pretense that there's no cash payout. But what happens is that when a player's done playing, they'll call someone over that works in the facility, usually a bartender, and the bartender will either insert a key and turn a switch, or there may be 2 bolts on the back of the machine where they can short out with a ring that they have on their hand, and that knocks off the credits the players have accumulated, and then the barkeep will go back to the bar and give the player cash out of the till.
Does the torch no chance games that you reviewed have any knock-off features?
They do not have any knockoff features.
In the report in your hand, you flip towards the back, and we talked about this a little while ago. There is an appendix A
Mhm.
that is labeled admin panel information.
Yes.
Can you explain what that appendix A shows?
Appendix A shows the configurable options that are available to the machine owner or operator to configure and set up when it's placed in the field.
But one of the things that is not configurable or changeable from, by the operator of the machine is the finite pool of outcomes.
That is correct.
Is, now, you've seen in the machine that we displayed that there is, after the first 2 or the next 2 outcomes, there is a timer that is triggered.
Correct.
Is that timer setting a configurable setting?
It's not configurable through the admin panel. It would require the owner or operator to get into the operating system with a keyboard and a mouse and go to a specific file, it's a text file, and change the value in that text file. There's only one value in it, it's defaulted to 3,000, and it can be changed to something less than 3,000, including 0.
I've already passed it in, Mr. Ross.
All right. So what aspect, before you retire, Mr. Lewis, what aspect of this report should we accept into the record?
Yes, Your Honor, if we could, I believe the objection was about the findings and conclusions that if, in our responses that we would like to, or we were using as sort of basis in the facts, relied on Williams to do that. Basically, everything up to that section 7 on page 12 of 17, as well as the appendix.
Appendix A,
Yes, appendix A.
so, you don't want section 7 on page 12 going forward?
We can agree to not
exclude section 7 out of the report and admit the rest of the report, including
Your Honor, I think our other objection will be for the Appendix A, the description section.
well, you just changed your position. You didn't object to Appendix A before.
I thought we did discuss it earlier.
Well, maybe I misheard you. So what's objectionable about Appendix A?
The description column. The Appendix A has the submenu title, the options and features, and then the description. So we don't have any testimony about where the description came from.
What conclusions are drawn there that you're objecting to that's hearsay?
Your Honor, again, this is an out-of-court statement they're offering for it to be the description of what they're saying the submenu title or the options and features are.
Your Honor,
Your
this is part
response.
of the analysis, that it's just, it's factually describing how the machine operates. And so it's not conclusion, it's merely providing the narrative of the work that Mr. Farley has done about the different options that are in the agile planning information.
Just a second, please. I'll overrule you on that one, counsel. I'll allow Exhibit A to go along with the expert report. Now, section number 8, what about that, counsel? Do you object to section 8? Terms and conditions on page 16.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll just exclude section 7 and Appendix B, and then the rest of the report we'll admit into evidence. Why don't you pass back you've given it back to her already, so make the decisions as I've just directed.
Should I do a big X for the section 7?
I think you need to go a little further than that. Tell you what we'll do on the break, then you can fix the exhibit,
Okay.
because I don't want any of that to show in the record. You pass the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Farley.
Good afternoon.
Making sure, is the microphone okay? Mr. Farley, did you testify earlier that you reviewed the software that's placed in the torch gaming devices?
Yes?
Did you come to Shelby County and review the torch gaming devices?
No, they were provided to my laboratory in Ohio.
And was it Vanilla Games that provided it to you in Ohio?
Yes.
So, but you didn't come to Shelby County to review any of the games that are in the field?
No.
Did you review any of the devices that have been seized from torches gaming devices that were seized?
They weren't made available to me.
And Mr. Farley, you testified earlier about a random number generator. Is it more correct to say that it's a pseudo-random number generator that's in these gaming devices?
Technically speaking, slot machines operate using a pseudo-random number generator, only because it's software-driven, and that means it's written by a software engineer or code developer, and therefore it's pseudo-random, but it is an unpredictable outcome.
Is it correct that the pseudo-random number generator simulates randomness?
That's one way to look at it.
But nothing in the pseudo-random number generator is actually purely random.
Depends.
Mr. Farley, could a person replicate the code for the pseudo-random number generator to anticipate the next outcome?
Well, it's not easy. It was done about 30 years ago by a Nevada gaming regulator who reverse engineered or had intimate knowledge through his employer. He did that to a Keno system. But I wouldn't say that any layperson could do that.
So but it's at least possible for somebody to replicate a pseudorandom number generator and anticipate the next outcome in one of these devices.
There's a lot of things that have to line up for that to happen. One is getting the seed in sync and then having the timing done. And that is a very difficult thing to do. Time is measured in milliseconds, computer time.
But it's still possible, correct?
Anything's possible.
And in fact, it happened before.
Well, no, they had trouble with their syncing. They were not using real-time clock on their RNG, and that was exploited by that rogue gaming regulator.
And do electronic gaming devices have to have a random number generator or a pseudo-random number generator?
In regulated markets, most of the regulations require them to use a random number generator.
But not all of them.
I don't know of any regulated market that doesn't require a slot machine to have a random number generator.
What about for an electronic gaming device? Do those have to have a random number or a pseudo-random number generator?
Can you be more specific by what you mean by electronic gaming device? Because a slot machine is one of them.
How is this going to help us decide the case?
Your Honor, they testified that this device doesn't have, the torch device doesn't have a random number generator. But I think we can at least question them on whether other devices have a random number generator or not.
Well, we need to know that information.
Your Honor, again, this is cross-examination, at least to say that at least if there's, other ways to generate randomness rather than just the random number generator.
You probably need to move that microphone and get lots of
Just
feedback.
turn it away from, yeah, that's good.
Thank you, Your Honor, sorry about that.
Ms. Brooks, adjusted accordingly.
So, Mr. Farley, say like with a virtual lottery terminal, does that have a random number generator?
You mean a video lottery terminal? Yes.
Well, I guess that there are other gaming devices that don't have to necessarily use a random number generator or a pseudo-random number generator, correct?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, and I don't know of anything in a regulated casino or in a lottery that doesn't use a random number generator.
And Mr. Farley, let's go to these torch devices. Can a player alter an outcome on a torch device?
No,
Can a player alter the sequence on a torch device?
no.
So is there anything so there's nothing that a player can do that will change any of the upcoming outcomes?
Yes, a player could not play. They can see what the outcomes are and decide whether they're going to play those outcomes or not. They can go to a different game theme. They can go to a different play level. They can go to a different machine. They could cash out and go home.
So the only way to affect the torch device machine is to not play it. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Not play the sequence that you just observed and look for another sequence or go home.
And Mr. Farley, if a person plays 10 outcomes on one of these torch devices on a game machine, can they anticipate or predict what the 11th outcome is going to be?
If they look at the preview feature,
If they don't use the preview feature, could they predict what the 11th outcome is going to be based on their previous plays?
well, why would they not use the preview feature if they want to know what the outcome is?
Mr. Farley, were you here this morning when Mr. Mulroy was testifying?
I was.
Did you hear him testify that there are players that do play these torch devices without using the prize viewer?
I recall him not being certain about how players played it, but it was possible.
So let's say this, a person that doesn't use the prize viewer plays the 10 outcomes at $1. He's got $10 in the machine. Can those 10 plays help the player predict what the outcome on number 11 is going to be without the prize viewer?
If the player doesn't use the prize viewer, they won't know what the next outcome is, but the game is designed with a prize viewer, and the player can certainly use that prize viewer at any time that they want to.
But the prize viewer is optional, correct?
The prize viewer is not mandatory.
Mr. Farley, these torch gaming devices, they have a timer, correct? If you're using the prize viewer?
The Torch No Chance games have a timer on them when you're using the preview feature after viewing the first two previews.
And that timer is set to 3,000 seconds.
That is the default value, but that can be changed.
Okay. But we heard testimony today that for torch devices in Shelby County, that's not been changed, correct?
There has been no feedback from the district attorney's office, I believe, has not given them any feedback on what would be an acceptable amount of time. My understanding is Mr. Miltonberger would gladly change the amount of time on the timer if he was given any direction.
And Mr. Farley, is that based on your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Is that from the testimony today?
Testimony today, personal discussions with Mr. Miltonberger, yes.
Are you an employee with Torch Electronics?
I am not.
And Mr. Farley, for this delay timer, so a person could view the first two outcomes if they have enough credit balance, correct?
Correct.
And then for them to view the third outcome, they would have to wait 50 minutes, correct?
If the timer is set to 3,000 seconds.
And the timers here, at least in Shelby County, are set to 3,000 seconds, correct?
That's what I'm told.
And then after a player waits for that first 50 minutes to view the third outcome, do they have to also wait another 50 minutes to see the fourth outcome?
It would be the 3,000 seconds for each additional outcome after the first two. But I guess there's a question of, I believe we are currently sitting in Shelby County, and this machine is set for 5 seconds.
Now, that was just the demonstration machine,
But it is in Shelby County.
Okay.
I'm an engineer, I have to be very specific.
Well, thank you, Mr. Farley.
Yes.
But at least for the games that are out in the field, not this one that's sitting in the courtroom today, those have 3,000 second timers.
That's my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Farley. And so even if a person, and strike that, you testified earlier that this torch gaming device that we saw today, that was demonstrated, that he has 60,000 outcomes on his game, correct?
Yes, each of the game themes has a pool of 60,000 outcomes.
And that's also, and each game theme also has a separate pool of outcomes, 60,000 outcomes per wager level?
Each game theme has its own unique pool of 60,000 outcomes. The starting index for each of the play levels is different, but it is pulled from the same pool, and then the result is multiplied by the play level.
By what?
The play level. The base level is 25 cents, and then it multiplies from there.
And the starting point for one of these pools of outcomes, that's randomly generated, correct?
That is.
All right.
There is a subset of, I believe it's 12 entry points into the pool, and the starting point is selected randomly from those 12 possible entry points.
Is it the device itself that's selecting the starting point randomly?
Yes, but it doesn't affect the outcome of the game. It's just the starting point into the pool.
So, Mr. Farley, if a person puts in $60,000 into one of these machines, one of these deluxe 5 machines that we see, could they see all 60,000 outcomes?
At the $1 level, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Farley. And so, but for after, if the player uses the prize viewer, after viewing the first two, they would have to wait for 50 minutes for each outcome thereafter, correct?
The way it's currently configured, yes, but again, that is a configurable setting, and it could be changed to something much, much less than 3,000 seconds.
And Mr. Farley, the payout for this gaming device is set at the low level, correct?
There's only one level on this particular machine, and it is only the low level, and my understanding is 91% payout, which means 91% paid back to the player, 9% held by the house.
And if the player plays all those 60,000 outcomes at the $1 level, He's going to lose money, correct?
Well, is he losing money because he wins? You know, he's going to win back approximately $54,600 of the $60,000 that he invested to play the game.
So our player's going to start with $60,000, correct? And then he plays the machine, all 60,000 outcomes, and ends up with 54,000, or about $54,000, correct?
If he stopped there, or if he didn't stop sooner.
Okay. But if he plays all 60,000 outcomes at one time, he's going to go from $60,000 to about $54,000, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be a loss of money for that player, correct?
The player would have given up $5,400 to get the entertaining value of playing the game.
Let me have a moment, Your Honors. No more questions, Mr. Farley. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honors.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Farley, you were asked about a random selection of a starting point. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When is that selection of where the machine starts? When does that happen?
Before any outcome is presented to the player. So there are circumstances where when the game is first initialized, it doesn't have a starting index into the pool. So when a player selects a game theme and a play level and then hits preview, the software then selects the starting point in the pool for that game theme and that play level. And every subsequent review or preview of a game theme and another play level will initiate the starting index for that particular play level and theme.
So it happens at the inception of the game?
At the inception of the game, before any game is played, before a player can preview the first outcome, it happens at that point.
And then after those starting indexes are selected, can that change?
No.
And you were asked earlier about whether you came to Memphis to look at any of the software that was in the machines in Memphis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would seeing or analyzing the machines that are in Memphis change or make a difference in your opinions about how the machines work in general?
No.
And why is that?
The machines are designed the way they're designed. We chose NCG 5. It just happened to be the same exact version of software that I examined in my laboratory, and it works exactly the way it did in my laboratory. I have no reason to think that anything in Shelby County would operate any differently.
So it'd be, I guess, marked by what version of the game you're looking at?
Correct.
And that would be the same if the version is the same?
That's correct.
So it wouldn't have made a difference in your opinions about the machines or the software having a finite pool of outcomes?
Well, let me back up a little bit. If, for example, I were to go out into the field after testifying today and examine a machine, and I got to the machine and I saw that it's, for example, NCG 5 version 5.5.1.6, I know it has a finite pool. It has, it's going to select the entry point before the first outcome is ever presented to a player. It's got configurable options in the admin panel, and someone could go in with the keyboard and go to the text file and alter the timer for the preview feature. I have no doubt that that's the way that's going to work. And Appendix B, which was not admitted into evidence, is a list of all the files and what we call signatures for the software that we examined in the lab. And we can use a signature tool to verify that it's identical to what we tested in the lab, if we had to.
So your testimony about the torch no chance games having a finite pool of outcomes that operate in sequence, as well as a prize viewer option, that functions the same across all torch no chance games.
That is correct, yes.
That's all I have for
Let me step down.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, we have some deposition designations we would like to enter to the record at this time.
All right, that will be subject to what we went over in the pre-trial conference, right?
Yes.
All right.
And the first will be designation from the depositions of DA, Mulroy. Your Honor, I've done this a number of ways.
Your preference.
Read back or just read from the deposition. Yes,
I prefer a read back, so. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
All rise. No question in recess, you may be seated. Some court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, we have copies of the deposition designations that were submitted by George from the deposition of District Attorney Mulroy, copies for the court. And we would like to submit those designations as part of the record for our case in chief. There are a number of them, so we would suggest, in the interest of time, we would like to read about 10 or 11 excerpts from those designations for the court today.
All right.
Have Ms. Ellis come up to the stand for.
That would be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, we'll be beginning the portions that we want to highlight on page 24.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Begin at page 24, line 19. In your involvement with Torch, did you realize that there are other machines that look similar that are not Torch machines that are located in stores?
I did know that there were such machines.
Did you do any research on how they operated versus how the Torch machines operate?
I'm not sure I can say that I personally did research on that.
Okay. This is my term. You might not use it, but do you acknowledge that there are copycat machines in the city?
Yeah, my understanding is that there are similar machines that are not manufactured by Torch.
Okay. And do you have any intel on whether they operated exactly like the Torch machines or differently?
I actually can't say that I know that. I know that we were contacted by another company, so I know that there is another company out there, but I don't know an awful lot about how the other machines work.
Tell me about that contact. What did they say?
I can't really recall the details right now. I just know that there was another company that contacted us. And, you know, our position is that any of these machines that have these characteristics are illegal. And so we're not discriminating against one type of manufacturer or another.
And what characteristics are you referring to?
Well, I would say that the player puts in money in the hope of gaining a profit.
And that's your definition of illegal gambling? Let me finish the question. That is violative of Tennessee law.
Well, to the extent that the gaining of the profit is in any way attributable to chance, yes.
Okay, so there's another part to it, but it has to be attributable to chance.
Yes.
Please jump to page 99. Beginning at line 15. Let me ask you this. We talked about it. You were aware that there were other machines, copycat machines, that were configured differently from Mr. Miltenberg's perspective. But you're aware that there were other machines in stores.
I knew there were other machines. I don't know anything about their configuration, but I knew there were other machines.
That were not Torch.
Right. And we weren't trying to target Torch when we did the DTF operation. We were just whatever machines were there.
I understand. And did any representative from any of those come to you and not hide? Mr. Miltenberg didn't hide, did he?
I would agree with you that Mr. Miltenberger did not hide and that Torch was different from other companies in that they affirmatively and proactively reached out to the DA's office and, made their legal argument and had meetings. And that is different from the other companies that have similar machines. That is a true statement.
Let's jump back to page 27. At line 19, what is your definition of chance?
I think a good definition is that from, I believe it is the Ohio Intermediate Appellate Court case that refers to something that occurs without observable order or cause.
All right, let's jump to page 44, please.
It is the true thing that I changed my opinion from the initial Dennis Johnson email of November 2022 to my letter of July 2023, without getting any opinion from the Attorney General. We just went over that.
Right, and I understand it's murky, but the type of opinion you got from the Attorney General,
Right?
you didn't get an AG's opinion, as we call it in the industry. You know that
Correct.
an official AG's,
That is correct.
but you may have gotten feedback.
Yes.
Which you're calling an opinion.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know really when you got that feedback.
That's right.
Is it fair to say, ultimately, it was your decision that the games were not legal?
Correct.
Okay. Let's jump to page 48, please, beginning at line 14. Is it safe for me to assume you, at that point, there was a configurable operation of the game that was acceptable to you?
As of November 2022, I was of the opinion that if the machines were configured the way that it was represented to me by Torch that they were going to be configured, then they would not be in violation of the law.
And then on page 49, beginning at line 7. Okay, did you change your opinion about the legality of the game, the configuration you thought it was originally?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So 2 things happened. One, I found out as a factual matter that the way it was represented to me originally was not what was actually on the ground.
Okay.
Okay, and that concerned me.
Okay. Let's just push that out of the way.
Sure.
Let's say it operated the way your understanding in those earlier meetings
Yes,
that it operated.
yes.
Okay.
Then I also, subsequent to our November 2022 meeting, I eventually changed my opinion about the legality of the machines, even under the configuration that it was represented to be in November of 2022.
Do you remember the configuration it was represented to be in November?
Yeah. My recollection is that the material parts of that representation was that one could see the first preview without putting in money, and then one could also look at using the preview feature to look at all of the potential outcomes all the way down the line and could do so fairly conveniently.
Okay, let's jump to page 53, beginning at line 2. Now that's, it's debatable how much the Attorney General's office was involved with that, but ultimately, you were not ordered by the AG's office to declare it illegal, were you?
I don't believe the Attorney General issued me any instructions.
Okay, so I'm trying to determine where does the buck stop? So the buck stops with you. You changed your mind.
I think that it is certainly true that I changed my mind. And then, as to where the buck stops, I suppose that might be a legal question, but I won't quibble with you that I'm the Chief Law Enforcement Officer for Shelby County. And with respect to enforcing state law in Shelby County, with respect to the torch machines, I am the relevant agent and I made the relevant decision.
Okay, and you do agree that, let's go back to how your understanding of how it was originally configured.
Yes.
You do agree that's a matter of interpretation. It can go either way.
So, in other words, assuming that the machines are configured the way it was originally represented to me in November 22, the legal question as to whether the configuration comports with the anti-gambling statute is a legal question that can be debated, right?
Right, that's the question I'm asking.
Yes. My answer is yes. Yes.
Even an Ivy League guy can have a different opinion on that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because we know that's factually true. A Cornell Ivy League guy had 2 different opinions on that configuration. That's what you're telling me here today.
Yes. That I had an initial opinion, and then upon further reflection and consulting with legal authorities, I changed my opinion. That is a true statement. I think it must, therefore, be possible.
All right, let's jump to page 67, please. Beginning at line 9. Okay, but now I want to point you to, I'm going to make another exhibit, and before you speak, let's let the court order mark it. Or a bond document marked as exhibit number 4. And so we talked about in November when you initially made the determination that the games were legal. Is Mr. Johnson accurate in what he's saying to
As of November 9th, 2022, yes.
Okay, so, all right. And so this is accurate, you're letting law enforcement know, stop.
Yes.
All right, let's jump to page 70. Beginning at line 21. Okay, even if it's, in your opinion, even if it's not a game of chance, if some type of remuneration is obtained, money or prize or whatever, it is your opinion it will be gambling.
No. There has to be an element of chance involved in order to violate the statute, in my opinion, because I think that's clear from the statutory language.
Let's jump to page 74, beginning at line 4. But you can get your money back before it's spent.
True. But McTier says that even if there's a guaranteed net loss, the hope or expectation of a disproportionate gain makes it a gambling machine.
And that's the 1914 case,
That's the 1914 case.
before the Tennessee statute was enacted, which,
If you're telling me that's the case, then I don't dispute that. But you know, the definition of chance that comes from I believe it's the Ohio case, talks about the result occurring without observable order or cause. That's still, in my view, that's still the case with torch machines. Viewed from the perspective of the player, the outcome has no observable order or cause. So with or without a random number generator from the perspective of the player, it's still chance. And there is this hope or expectation of disproportionate gain, right? Monetary gain.
you realize the statute says nothing about the perspective of the player.
It doesn't explicitly say that, no. I don't know what other perspective one would use, though.
Well, do you think pennies are gambling devices?
Tell me what pennies are,
Pennies, like 1 cent.
okay? The actual, okay, no, I do not think that a single penny by itself is a gambling device.
But I know people pitch pennies for money, they use it to gamble. So do you think a deck of cards should be illegal? If you're dealing with the perspective of the user, should a deck of cards be an illegal gambling device?
Those items are not necessarily being used to win money by their very nature.
Have you ever been to a poker game before?
Yes. But I also have played many games in which I was not trying to win money with cards, and I have used pennies. In fact, I would say the vast majority of times that people use pennies, they are not in fact trying to win money with them.
So if I hear your analysis heavily involved the perspective of the player.
I believe that is the case.
Okay, but you do agree that a player can turn anything into a gambling device?
Sure, it is possible theoretically to bet on anything.
Right, let's jump to page 82, beginning at line 11. Okay, you do agree reasonable minds can disagree?
About this,
Yes.
let me think about that for a second, okay?
You know,
I think,
do you know if you don't agree with that, that means you didn't have a reasonable mind when you agreed before, so.
yeah, well, I wasn't as familiar with the McTier case initially, but I think that people of good faith can definitely disagree on this.
Okay.
I think the argument for saying that this is in violation of the statute is a pretty strong one, but certainly I agree that people of good faith can differ over it.
Your Honors, that concludes the excerpt from meeting orders, deposition resignations that we wanted to point out for you today.
All right, thank you. Ceruto?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's proceed.
Your Honor, the complaint is rest.
All right. Ceruto?
No, at this point, we'd like to make a motion for directed verdict, under Rule 50 of the Tennessee Rules of Civil Procedure. They put their whole case in, they haven't met their burden. They freely admit that they use these 50-minute timers. They freely admit that people use these machines without using the prize viewer. They freely admit that they're gambling when they do that. This is a legal question. We talked about how the machines work. I just, respectfully, they have not met their burden. These aren't gambling machines under Tennessee law. It's a legal question. Proofs, what they've put on is just not enough. We'd ask that the directed verdict in favor of the defendant.
Plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor. We came before this tribunal with two stated issues. One, that the Tennessee anti-gaming statute, as stated, is vague in that it doesn't give potential participants notice as to what exactly is gaming. Secondly, that even under the Tennessee gaming statute, the machine, the amusement machine that Mr. Miltenberger owns and operates does not violate the Tennessee statute because there is any outcome is not an outcome of a game of chance. And I think we put on proof that there's a static process in which you can see all the outcomes of whatever amount of money you put in it based on how much you're going to bet. So there is no chance involved in what you win. A winner could know, a person could know at the very point that they decide to play the game what the outcomes are going to be. There's been a lot of discussion about the 3,000-second timer, but I think the court has heard enough proof that that's a default timer and that that in of itself does not make the machine a gambling device, in that timer is adjustable. It can adjust down to 5 seconds or 1 second or anything along that line between 3,000. And the fact that its default setting is 3,000 seconds in and of itself does not make that machine a gaming device. We think we put enough proof in the record to support those assertions. And we also, the last reading of the depositions on Mr. Mulroy's testimony, consistent with why we're here today, there have been various analysis and thoughts on the game and how it measured against the Tennessee statute. And as you last seen from the read back of the depositions on the stand, even Mr. Mulroy had different opinions with himself on whether the machine actually violates the statute or whether the machine did not violate the statute. We think there's ample proof in the record for the court to give a ruling on a ruling that the machine does not violate the Tennessee statutes, or alternatively, a ruling that with respect to this game, the statute is vague and ambiguous. It does not put the manufacturer or producer of the game on notice that it is violating the statute. Thank you.
Your Honor, there's no dispute. The machines in Shelby County all have these timers. It's not, under the law, those are clearly gambling machines, and, no matter wishing that they might change the timer if they, they're talking about that, Mulroy changed his opinion. He changed his opinion because they didn't tell him that they put a 50-minute delay on these machines. That's undisputed. That's in their case in chief. That is a gambling device as a matter of law on this record. That's the basis that, this constitutional claim is, we think, also a legal question. This is not vague. They knew, understand the situation. But they changed their machine in such a way that it's clearly a gambling machine on this record.
All right, we'll take a recess. Oh, I'm sorry, you need another bite?
Can I add one more?
Go ahead.
If what Mr. Rudolph says is correct, because we have 3,000 seconds between seeing the third, fourth, fifth, and continuous outcomes, if that what makes this a gambling machine, the court would be in the position of saying 3,000 seconds makes this a gambling machine. Then what about 15 seconds? What about 10 seconds? What about 299 seconds? The point is, the machine can be reconfigured. The basic thing is, if you have a machine that you put money in and can see all of the outcomes before you play, is that a gaming machine? I understand the 3,000 factory setting, that can be altered. But if that is the basis for the ruling that it's a gaming machine, then you have to say, what about 299 seconds? 2,999 seconds. And you have to go all the way down until the court will be in a position to have to determine how many seconds constitute gaming. And I think that is a rabbit hole that when you accept their analysis of why it's a gaming machine, that wouldn't hold up over time. It would create more and more litigation on that point. That was the only point I just wanted to make.
All right, we'll take a recess to consider this motion.
All rise.
on in there and refrigeration on in here.
Yeah. A little chilly. All right. Based upon the arguments made for your motion for directed verdict and the state of the record, the motion is denied. So let's look at where we are and what witnesses, what we'll miss Mr. Mulroy. All right, let's go back off the record. All right, as I indicated, that based upon the arguments that were made for the motion for directed verdict and the state of the record, the court is going to deny that particular motion. Now, let's talk about where you all are, Ms. Rudolph, in terms of calling your next witnesses. Do you have a witness flow that you plan to follow? It's 4:30, and we need to make some decisions about how long we're going to stay.
We have witness Tom Warwick, who's an investigator, something pretty straightforward. He's sitting right here in the hallway, so we can get him done and then adjourn.
Okay, Mr. Tom Warwick, and what other witnesses do you plan to call?
Mr. Mulroy, Mulroy.
Is that your case in chief?
Most likely that will be our case. I don't think we need to talk about whether we need additional closure to that. That's kind of where we are right now.
All right. And your expectation for Mr. Warwick is to examine him for how many minutes, roughly?
20 minutes.
All right. Call your witness. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Got you off guard there, huh? You may proceed.
Will you state your name for the record?
Tom Warwick.
Are you currently employed by the Shelby County District Attorney's Office?
I am.
What's your current position with the Shelby County District Attorney's Office?
I'm a criminal investigator with the District Attorney's Office.
Is the Criminal Investigation Division, if that's where you work,
It is.
is that commonly abbreviated as CID?
It is.
How long have you been in that position?
A little over 2 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator for the CID?
Well, I currently am assigned to Vertical Team 6, which handles pretty much robbery, rape, homicide, misdemeanors, everything from that goes through Division 15, General Sessions Court into Division 10, Criminal Court. And I conduct all the investigations for about 10 assistant district attorneys and the Attorney General when he requires it.
The Attorney General is Steve Mulroy.
Yes.
Okay, prior to being an investigator with the CID, can you just tell us briefly about your background, your occupational background?
Well, I spent 20 years in the Army. Went in 85, got out in 91, active duty. Then I turned around and re-enlisted after 9/11. After a 14-year break, they offered me a direct commission, and
I finished out my time, my 20 years and retired as a captain with the Army. In '93, I got on the Memphis Police Department. I spent 10 years on the street as a patrol officer, 2 years, a little over 2 years in the Robbery Bureau as a robbery detective, investigating violent crimes. And then I spent the last 18 years on the TAC unit, which is the SWAT team, where I pretty much, I was a tactical operator, a team leader sergeant, then I got into the bomb unit side of the house, and I was a bomb tech, and retired as a lieutenant with the TAC unit, as a TAC lieutenant, and the bomb unit commander for the Memphis Police Department.
Were you asked to do an investigation of torch electronics for the Shelby County District Attorney's Office?
I was,
When were you asked to do that?
in July of '23.
And you actually performed that investigation of torch electronics for District Attorney Steve Mulroy?
I did.
What were the goals of the investigation?
Well, I was brought in, there's at that time, I was a criminal investigator, and I was assigned to the Economic Crimes Division, and which is another team of several lawyers in that, or ADAs in that division. And I was called in to the office by Dennis Johnson and Steve Crossno and Dan, can't think of his name right now.
Buchanan, is that who?
Yes, Dan Buchanan. Called into the office and was asked to conduct, well, I was told about an OCU, that OCU, organized crime with MPD, had seized a bunch of gambling devices from several businesses inside the city limits, and that one of the companies that owned these machines that had been seized had provided the DA with a memo stating describing how they were compliant with Tennessee law on gambling.
Interrupt you there, you've got a pile of trial exhibits there in front of you. You could look at trial exhibit number 8
8?
in this case.
Yes,
Is that a legal memorandum?
it is from Bakerson, Donaldson, Behrman, Caldwell, and Berkowitz.
All right. Is that the legal memorandum that you were provided?
Yes.
And what were you to do with respect to that memorandum?
So I was to put together a team of several other CID members and go out and see if these machines operated in the, as described in this memo.
How many store locations did you go to?
We went to, well, we broke up into teams of 2, there are 4 of us, and we went to approximately 7 locations.
Did you take photographs of the torch devices?
I did.
How came to you a photograph, Mr. Work? Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir. This is one of the photographs that I took at one of the locations that we visited, one of the area stores that we visited that had torch machines.
And does this photograph show 3 torch devices?
It does,
And was this from a store here in Shelby County?
yes.
We offer this as protection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, there being no objection, we will mark and admit this as Exhibit 13.
Looking at Exhibit 13, Mr. Ward, this shows 3 torch devices,
Yes,
and they're lined up in a row.
yes.
Is that how they were, that you found the torch devices in the stores that you went to, that they were lined up in a row?
For the most part, we found one store that all the machines were pushed into a corner, they were unplugged, but the ones that were operating, yes, we found them lined up in the store.
I'm handing you a photograph, Mr. Ward. Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, this is the classic cash machine that we found at one of the locations.
This was during your investigation?
It was during our investigation, yes, sir.
Is this photograph an accurate depiction of the classic cash game screen on the torch device you played?
Yes,
You played this machine.
I did.
We offer this as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 14.
Can you describe how you played this classic cash game machine?
Well, me and my partner, we first went, I gave my partner, he had the camera, and he took the pictures as I was playing it. So first thing we did was we looked for the signage and the rules on the games, and then we, first thing we did was hit that prize viewer button that was down in the right-hand corner to see if it would show any outcome for a spin.
You took photographs of, there were photographs taken of you hitting the prize viewer button and seeing the outcome.
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you a couple of other photographs. If you would, in your stack of exhibits, trial exhibit 4, I believe, is a photograph. Or 6, number 6. You see the photograph in the
Yes.
top? Okay. I'm going to pass you another document. These two photographs kind of go together. One of them's already been marked as an exhibit. So, have you looked at both photographs?
I have.
Do these show you playing the torch gaming device?
Well, yes, sir. So when I initially pushed the button prior to putting any money into it, it wouldn't show us anything. This I played after, I pushed that prize viewer button after I had inserted approximately, I'm thinking I put about $20 in, $10 or $20 in to the machine. and then I push the prize viewer button one time.
All right,
And-
which photograph shows you it was the first time you pushed that button?
The prize viewer with the 0.00 on it. And this picture was taken after I pushed the prize viewer, but prior to me pushing next. I got my finger over the next button, which is supposed to show me the next result, or the result of the next roll.
All right, let's mark this as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
We'll mark and admit as Exhibit 15.
Let's go back, this is the first push, what we marked as exhibit 15. Let's go back to exhibit 6. What does exhibit 6 show?
6 shows after I pushed the next button, the prize viewer stayed at 0.00, but then it popped up right underneath the 0.00, a 3,000 popped up. And it started counting down, and this picture was taken with 2,993 seconds left on it, which is 50 minutes. Well, 50 minutes is 3,000 seconds, so there's a 3,000 second delay before you can see the next outcome.
When that 2,099 came up, were you able to play the machine?
I could have played, but not without a risk of, or taking a chance that, on what the next roll was, because it wasn't going to show it to me.
Did you try to see if it was showing you the next row?
I did.
What did it do?
It just kept the same countdown.
Now, was this classic cash game the only game on a torch device you played as part of your CID investigation?
I did not. I played each of the 3 in the photograph, and I also jockeyed between. So each one of these machines has more than just one game on it. This was a classic cash. You can jockey on one machine. You can jockey between several different games, and if memory, yeah. So when I would jockey on the same machine to the next, to a different game, it would, the countdown would follow me.
All right, let's go, I'll show you another photograph. Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir.
What does this show?
So this is a picture of the rules and disclaimer that is on a sticker that is located on each one of the torch machines that I observed.
We offer this as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit it as Exhibit number 16.
I'm looking at exhibit 16, purposes of your investigation, did you find anything significant about this signage that was on the side of the torch device?
Yes, sir. So it shows that playing the game, I can make over $500. Of course, tickets over, it specifically states tickets over $500 are paid out by the home office. I don't know what that means, whether it's the business or Torch, I don't know. But it also, the second thing was that it says that you must be at least 21 years old to play, which kind of struck me as odd for being an amusement device, which is what the lower sticker says. The tickets, apparently, when you redeem your ticket or cashing out of the game, the ticket's only paid to the nearest dollar balance, and the balance remained on the game, which meant anything under $1, 99 cents and below, is basically taken from you, because it either goes to the next player that follows me, or it goes to the house. I don't know.
Goes to the house, you don't get all your money back.
It goes somewhere, but I didn't get all my money back.
Was there anything in the signage that you see in Exhibit 16 that mentions that the number of outcomes for a particular game?
Yes, sir. It says, the amusement device to which this disclaimer is attached provides each player of the device with information on specific outcome of each electronic amusement game offered thereon.
When you played the machines, was that true for you?
For the first one, not for any additional.
You say the first one, you
For-
read to see a
for-
couple of previews, right?
I got to see one preview on each of the games when I initially put money into it, unless I wanted to wait around for 50 minutes. But
Was there anything on this signage that indicated that there were 60,000 potential outcomes?
no, sir.
All right, after performing the CID investigation, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Handed you a document, Mr. Ward, can you identify what this document is?
Yes, sir. This is my, this is basically my report in PowerPoint presentation form that I conducted, or that I presented to ADA, the ADAs and to the DA.
And that's, it says DA Mulroy.
DA Mulroy, yes.
And you included in this report a number of photographs.
I did.
Some of them look like they're similar to ones we've already marked as evidence in this case, is that right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it, and I do recognize them from my report.
There are other photographs in here too.
There are.
Are those photographs accurate depictions of the torch devices that you investigated?
Yes, they are.
I'll get off of this as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
There being no objection, we'll admit it as exhibit number 17.
Did you ever meet Mr. Ward with DA Steve Mulroy about this report?
I did.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about that meeting?
Well, at first I presented this to ADA Johnson and Dan and Steve Crossno.
Let me interrupt you. It says Assistant District Attorney
Assistant District Attorney Johnson, Assistant District Attorney Buchanan, and Assistant District Attorney Crosno.
Did you then meet with District Attorney Mulroy?
Yes, after I presented this to them, they took it to DA Mulroy, he viewed it, and then he had some questions, so yes, I went up and he had it up on the screen in the conference room, and we went over it together.
In your report, did you address the prize viewer function of these torch devices?
I did.
Let's turn to, in this exhibit to, it's the base stamp number is 3050 at the bottom. Is this the part of the report that talks about the prize viewer function?
What's your page number again?
It's Your Honor, it's MU-0003050.
All right.
Is this, the page I've cited, is this where you talk about the prize viewer function?
Yes,
And then you go on to the next 2 or 3 pages?
it does.
Um,
Kind of a step-by-step as I played the game.
And similar to what you testified today, that how you hit it once, then you hit it twice, and you went into a 3,000-second delay?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any conclusions in the report?
I did.
Where are those conclusions?
That the prize previewer outcome could be observed only for the next play after each spin, and not for the total number of balance that I had left on my,
All right, and then did you make some overall conclusions at the end of this report?
I did.
That's on the last page.
Yes, sir.
I notice there's different color fonts on here. What is the significance of the red color?
Those were, all right, so the notes in black, the bullets in black was what I was actually, what the mission was, what I was looking for. When I got tasked to go out and look at this, I was looking for torch-specific machines, and I was looking forward to see if children were playing on it, if alcohol was being consumed. I had to note the visibility of the rules and instructions and locate the preview button and instructions. Check the prize preview functions for, and I put in here compliance with their memo. So each one of the bullets under the check prize preview, and in the red are the answers to each one of those specific bullets.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ward. My name is Andrew Roach. I'm one of the attorneys for Torch Electronics. Pleasure to meet you. Just have a few follow-up questions for you. First, I want to start with exhibits, I believe it's 14 and 15. These two that we just looked at, exhibit 14, I believe, is the one that you represented, was a picture of the machine before you began to play.
Yes,
And then exhibit 15 is a picture of the machine after you had inserted funds into it, but before you had actually played the game. You were just looking at the prize viewer, correct?
yes.
Okay. I just want to clarify, you testified that you had not actually played the game at the moment that you took exhibit 15, correct?
No, I was playing the game. I had inserted money. For Exhibit 15, I had inserted money in order to view the prize. Exhibit 14 was prior to.
Right, I'm not trying to trip you up, I'm just trying to clarify
No,
correct?
no,
Okay.
yeah, you're right.
Bro, why are the icons at different settings then? If you look at each of the wheels, the icons are at different levels. Do you recall why that is?
I don't know what you're talking about, what icons?
Well, so in Exhibit 14, if you look at the icons in the middle of the picture, in the center icon,
Oh.
there's a clover,
Right,
a circle that says spin, and then it looks like a line.
right.
And then if you look at Exhibit 15, there are cherries, and then something that's covered up, and then 7.
Oh, I got you, yeah.
So those are different icons, obviously. I'm just trying to figure
Right.
out why are those, do you recall why those are different if you hadn't played the game at that point in time?
Well,
Okay.
I may have.
In your report that you authored, I just want to make sure that we have this clear about the scope of your investigation. So if we look at the report that you prepared, on the third page of that report, they say MU 0003040. Now, it looks like you conducted this investigation on July 11th of 2023, correct?
Yes,
So the entire investigation took 1 day?
yes,
Okay, and you only looked at 7 business locations, correct?
yes,
And of those, only 4 had machines.
yes.
Do you know how many, do you have any personal knowledge of how many store locations in Shelby County have torch devices in them?
I do not.
Do you have any knowledge of how many torch devices total there are in Shelby County?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall how many torch devices you actually played as part of your investigation?
6.
Were those all at one location or multiple?
No, there were multiple locations.
All right, and you would agree, I think you acknowledged even in your report, that the memorandum that you were going off of to check the compliance of the machines with the memorandum from Torches Council
Mhm.
was authored, in November of 2022, correct?
Yes,
And this investigation was conducted in roughly 7 or 8 months later?
roughly. Yep.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge of whether in that time frame Torch had any discussions with DA Mulroy about these machines?
None other than that memo.
Okay, and that's, I'm asking after the date of the memo. From the date of that memo to the date of your investigation, you have no idea whether or not Torch approached DA Mulroy or his office about these machines?
No.
Okay, you don't know if Torch or its counsel made any effort to discuss modifications to the machines with DA Mulroy or his office?
No.
All right. I also want to clarify, so at the time you were conducting this investigation, you played these machines and you had other CID agents with you at the time?
Yes,
You didn't actually observe any members of the public playing these machines?
yeah, we did.
Okay. For how long?
So, of course, when we went in, we had badges, guns, and so in 2 places that we went in, there was there was one man at one location, there was a woman playing at another location, and they both got up and left after we sat down and started playing.
Okay, prior to them getting up and leaving, did you see them, did you personally observe them actually playing the game?
I did not.
Okay. Going back to something you mentioned earlier about the gameplay, you described something as you couldn't see the next outcomes without taking a chance. Would you agree that the statute and whether or not these games are illegal, that's a legal question for the court to decide, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You discussed the rules placard that's on the side of these machines at some length. Did you review those rules before you began playing the game?
I reviewed them, yes.
Okay. So you walked in, read the rules first, and then
Yeah, because,
You agree, I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off.
no, I mean, that was one of my objectives, was to see if the rules and disclaimers were on the machines. So
Sure. So you would agree then that members of the public likewise can come in and review these rules before they engage in the game?
they can, yes.
Okay. I'm making an assumption, correct me if I'm wrong, you have no personal knowledge of why Torch Electronics decided to make a rule that nobody under the age of 21 can play these games, correct?
I have no, yeah, no,
So for all you know, it could be, it's possible, for all you know, that it could just be a business decision made by them.
could be.
Okay. And I believe you testified to this, but I want to make sure that we have it in the record. The balance of the machine that remains, excuse me, the balance on the game that remains on the machine when it's under $1, you have no idea whether that goes to the next player or goes to the house.
No.
All right. I believe those are all my questions. Thank you.
Redirect. You may step down, sir. All right, it's 5 o'clock, and unless you have a very short witness, then we're gonna call it a day and pick back up in the morning. It's 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine.
What about 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock. Yeah.
Your Honor, sir, we had a little bit of a quarter problem, so we informed them for 10 o'clock to probably be the same as the start time. I can see if they can try to switch it to 9.
Well, we need to know before we leave. So address that very quickly.
Your Honor, while he's trying to iron that out, is it okay for us to go ahead and take the game?
We were kind of getting used to it, you know?
All right, ahead, be sure to get some singing.
You know, we you know, while you all are gone, we were gonna plug it back up and put a few dollars in and see what happens. I'm sure Mr. Mildenberger wouldn't mind. You get to keep the proceeds there that we don't take home with us.
And I don't know if they
Would it make sense for us to take this and redact the portions that are excluded and then submit it?
Resubmit it, yeah.
Resubmit it tomorrow?
Black it all the way out.
Yes, we can do that. And
Make sure that Mr. Rudolph is happy with it.
Yes, sir.
And the exhibits will remain in the courtroom. If you want to leave your valuables here, you may do so. Courtroom will be locked up until such time as we return. Anybody else with any matters? We're just waiting now on the court reporter. Response?
Your Honor, I don't think I can get it switched to 9.
All right, then, we'll just resume at 10 o'clock.